Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Second Order of the Phoenix. Let's start the story with a tale of resistance, of those who stood against darkness when few were willing to see the truth. The rebirth of an alliance formed in shadows yet fighting for light, the Second Order of the Phoenix. In the quietest corners of wizarding Britain, as summer waned in 1995, hushed voices gathered once more. The Second Order of the Phoenix was reborn, not with fanfare or declaration, but with whispers and knowing glances between those who remembered the darkness of Lord Voldemort's first reign. When the Ministry of Magic refused to acknowledge the Dark Lord's return, it was Albus Dumbledore who once again called upon trusted allies to stand vigilant against the coming storm. The reformation of the Order came mere hours after Harry Potter's return from the Little Hangleton graveyard, clutching the body of Cedric Diggory and bearing the terrible news that many refused to believe. Dumbledore, with characteristic foresight, dispatched Sirius Black to alert the old crowd, Remus Lupin, Mundungus Fletcher, Arabella Figg, and others who had survived the First Wizarding War. Unlike its predecessor, this incarnation of the Order carried the weight of experience and loss. Many of the original members had fallen: the Pruitt brothers, Marlene McKinnon, Dorcas Meadows, James and Lily Potter. Their absence felt keenly in the ranks of the reformed resistance. Those who remained were older now, perhaps wiser, certainly more weathered by the years of peace that had never truly healed their wounds. New faces joined their ranks as well. The vibrant Nymphadora Tonks, with her ever-changing appearance, reflecting the adaptability the Order would need. Kingsley Shacklebolt, whose deep, calming voice belied his swift reflexes and strategic mind. And the Weasleys, whose family embodied the warmth and love that stood in stark contrast to Voldemort's cold ideology. Imagine yourself walking through the ancient hidden corridors of Number 12, Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family, now serving as headquarters for the Order. The house itself seemed reluctant to host such noble aims, its dark corners filled with artifacts of pure-blood supremacy, and the shrieking portrait of Walburga Black hurling insults at those she deemed blood traitors. Yet within its unwelcoming walls, plans were laid, strategies devised, and a community formed. The kitchen became the heart of operations, its long wooden table bearing the weight of maps, messages, and meals shared between missions. The smell of Molly Weasley's cooking would often mingle with the musty scent of old parchment as Order members pored over intelligence reports. Can you picture it? The steam rising from bowls of hot stew, the whispered conversations, the brief moments of laughter that helped lighten the burden of their clandestine war. Security measures were paramount for the Second Order. The Fidelius charm, that most complex and powerful of protective enchantments, concealed their headquarters, with Dumbledore himself serving as secret keeper. Members developed coded methods of identifying one another, questions whose answers only the true recipient would know. The shimmer of a Patronus message became a trusted method of communication, each member's unique guardian animal carrying urgent news when conventional means might be compromised. In those early days, when Voldemort remained hidden, building his strength and gathering followers, the Order's work was largely that of watchers. They observed known Death Eaters, tracked suspicious movements, and above all, guarded the precious prophecy housed in the Department of Mysteries. Remember how they took shifts, standing vigil in invisibility cloaks, their breath fogging in the cold air of the ministry's underground corridors. Many were the nights when Order members returned to Grimmauld Place with aching feet and strained eyes, having seen nothing yet knowing the importance of their vigilance. The challenges facing the Second Order were perhaps more complex than those of the First. Without ministry support or acknowledgement of the threat, they operated entirely outside official channels. Some, like Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt, walked a precarious line, maintaining their positions within the ministry while secretly undermining Cornelius Fudge's campaign of denial. The Daily Prophet's smear campaign against Dumbledore and Harry Potter further isolated the Order, making recruitment difficult and public support nearly impossible. Despite these obstacles, the Order achieved significant victories. They successfully extracted Harry Potter from Privet Drive multiple times without detection. They established a network of safe houses across Britain. Most crucially, they maintained a constant watch over those most vulnerable to Voldemort's influence or attack. The Second Order's methods differed from the First in subtle but important ways. Where the original Order had often engaged Death Eaters in direct combat, the Reformed Resistance relied more heavily on intelligence gathering and protective measures. This shift reflected not only their reduced numbers, but also Dumbledore's growing understanding of Voldemort's strategies. The members knew that this war would not be won through force of arms alone, but through careful planning, timely intervention, and ultimately, through understanding the very nature of their enemy. Consider the diversity of talents within their ranks, Remus Lupin's connections to the werewolf communities, Hagrid's diplomatic mission to the Giants, Bill Weasley's expertise in curse-breaking, Mundungus Fletcher's unsavory but useful contacts in the wizarding underworld. Each brought unique capabilities to their shared cause, forming a tapestry of resistance more complex and adaptable than Voldemort perhaps anticipated. The firelight flickers lower now, as our tale approaches more somber moments. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries marked a turning point for the Order, their first major confrontation with Death Eaters, resulting in the devastating loss of Sirius Black. His death cast a shadow over Grimmauld Place that even Molly Weasley's warmth couldn't fully dispel, yet his sacrifice also heralded the public acknowledgement of Voldemort's return, validating the Order's vigilance and bringing their resistance into the open at last. In the year that followed, as darkness spread across wizarding Britain, the Second Order of the Phoenix became the primary force standing between Voldemort and total dominion. They protected Muggle towns from Death Eater attacks, rescued families targeted for their Muggle heritage, and maintained crucial international alliances through members like Fleur Delacour. The fall of the Ministry in 1997 drove the Order deeper underground, yet they adapted once more. Potterwatch, that brilliant wizarding wireless program, became their voice in the darkness, bringing truth and hope to those huddled around hidden radios. The homes of Order members became impromptu safe houses, with the shell cottage of Bill and Fleur Weasley and the Tonks residents serving as refuges for the persecuted. As the Second Wizarding War reached its climax, the Order coordinated the defense of Hogwarts, rallying former members, students, and allies to make their final stand against Voldemort's forces. The Battle of Hogwarts saw the Order fighting alongside Dumbledore's army, House Elves, Centaurs, and even former rivals, a testament to the unity they had fostered in opposition to Voldemort's divisive ideology. The legacy of the Second Order extends beyond their military victories. They preserved the ideals of wizarding society. When institutions failed, they demonstrated that resistance to tyranny requires not just courage in battle, but courage in daily choices, the courage to speak truth, to show compassion, to maintain one's principles when compromise seems easier. The embers are growing dim now, but before you drift to sleep, consider this. The Second Order of the Phoenix operated in a time when truth itself was contested, when speaking reality was deemed radical. What might we learn from those who stand firm in their convictions when the world around them embraces comfortable lies? What courage might we find within ourselves to be the light when darkness falls? Chapter 2. The victims of Lord Voldemort. Behind every war lie countless tales untold, stories that fade like whispers in the shadow of grand historical narratives. Tonight, as moonlight filters through the ancient window beside us, we shall honor those whose lives were cut short by the dark ambition of a wizard who feared death above all else. The many victims of Lord Voldemort. The darkness that swept across the wizarding world during Voldemort's reign claimed lives in ways both spectacular and silent. Some names echo through history, their stories preserved in books and memories, while others slipped away unnoticed by all but those who loved them. Together, they form a tapestry of loss that spans generations, a somber testament to the cost of magical tyranny. When we consider those who fell to Voldemort's power, we might first divide them into the victims of his first and second rises to power, though such categorization feels almost clinical in the face of such profound loss. During the First Wizarding War, which lasted roughly 11 years until that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, the wizarding community lived in perpetual terror. Disappearances became so common that wizards and witches would greet news of another missing person, not with shock, but with the grim question, who was it this time? Among the earliest documented victims were the Bones family, prominent members of wizarding society, whose opposition to Voldemort's ideology made them targets. Edgar Bones, a talented wizard and member of the original Order of the Phoenix, was murdered along with his wife and children. Only his sister Amelia, who would later rise to become head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and his niece Susan survived the family's decimation. Imagine the weight carried by those left behind. Amelia raising her orphaned niece while simultaneously working to rebuild a society shattered by the very forces that destroyed her family. The McKinnons met a similar fate. Marlene McKinnon, another original Order member, was killed along with her entire family just 2 weeks after a photograph was taken of the complete Order. The photograph, which showed them all smiling, unaware of how many would soon be lost, became a poignant reminder of how quickly darkness could extinguish light. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of Voldemort's victims were those whose deaths came not from direct confrontation, but through betrayal. Consider the Potters, James and Lily, whose location was revealed by one they had trusted implicitly. The autumn leaves would have been falling in Godric's Hollow that night, the carved pumpkins still illuminated from Halloween celebrations. When Voldemort arrived at their cottage, James Potter died first, wandless, and yet still attempting to buy time for his wife and infant son. The magnitude of such sacrifice hangs in the air even now. Decades later, a father whose final act was not spellcasting, but simple, powerful love. Upstairs, Lily Potter stood before her son's crib, refusing to step aside, despite being offered the rare chance to save herself. Her sacrifice, we now understand, created the most powerful protective magic imaginable, a shield of love that rebounded Voldemort's killing curse and granted Harry Potter his famous scar, along with temporary protection from the Dark Lord's touch. Not all victims of Voldemort lost their lives. The Longbottoms, Frank and Alice, represent perhaps the most heartbreaking category of victims, those whose bodies survived while their minds were destroyed. Horrors of considerable skill and bravery, the couple was captured after Voldemort's fall by Death Eaters, seeking information about their master's whereabouts. Under the excruciating torture of the Cruciatus Curse administered by Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabaston Lestrange, and Barty Crouch Jr., the Longbottoms' minds shattered beyond recovery. Imagine visiting St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, walking down the long corridor to the Janus Thicky ward, and seeing Alice Longbottom, once vibrant and powerful, now childlike, offering her son Neville empty gum wrappers as gifts. There is something particularly cruel about this half-existence, this living death that deprived young Neville of parents who were physically present yet fundamentally absent. When Voldemort returned to physical form in the graveyard of Little Hangleton, a new wave of victims began to fall. The first was Cedric Diggory, handsome, talented, and kind. whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The unfortunate spare, dismissed by Peter Pettigrew with 2 callous words and a flash of green light. His death marked the beginning of the Second Wizarding War, though few would acknowledge it as such for nearly a year. The reborn Dark Lord's victims soon included figures both prominent and obscure. Amelia Bones, who had survived the First War only to become head of magical law enforcement, was found dead in her home, having fought a powerful battle against Voldemort himself, if the scene of destruction was any indication. Emmeline Vance was murdered in the vicinity of the Muggle Prime Minister's residence. Florian Fortescue, the beloved ice cream shop owner, who had once helped Harry Potter with his history of magic homework, was dragged from his shop in Diagon Alley, never to be seen again. Muggle victims often went unnoticed by the wizarding community, despite their considerable numbers. Entire families would be found dead in their homes, with no apparent cause, victims of the killing curse that left no trace for Muggle authorities to detect. The collapse of the Brockdale Bridge, attributed by Muggles to structural failure, claimed dozens of innocent lives. The destruction of the Millennium Bridge in London, twisted like a ribbon by Death Eaters before plunging into the Thames, caused countless Muggle casualties dismissed as a freak accident. Perhaps most horrifying were the victims of the Inferi, corpses reanimated by dark magic to serve Voldemort's purposes. These were victims twice over, first in death, then in the perversion of their remains. The cave by the sea, where Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux, became a tomb for countless unnamed individuals, their bodies transformed into pale guardians of his soul fragment. The toll among magical beings extended beyond humans. Charitable Burbage, the Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts, was suspended above a table of Death Eaters in Malfoy Manor, tortured and killed before being fed to Nagini. Goblins who refused to submit to Death Eater demands were ruthlessly eliminated. Giants who declined to join Voldemort's forces were slaughtered by those who did. The psychological trauma inflicted upon survivors constitutes its own category of victimhood. Children who watched their parents murdered, parents who lost their children, individuals subjected to the Imperious Curse and forced to commit atrocities against their will, all carry invisible scars that no healing spell can mend. Those who endured torture at the hands of Death Eaters, like Garrick Ollivander or Luna Lovegood during their imprisonment at Malfoy Manor, emerged changed in ways that only fellow survivors could truly understand. After the Battle of Hogwarts and Voldemort's final defeat, the wizarding world sought ways to honor those lost. A memorial was erected in Godric's Hollow near the Potter Cottage, while the Ministry of Magic created a monument listing the names of all known victims. Annual ceremonies on the anniversary of the battle allow survivors to gather and remember, candles illuminating the names of the fallen in a ritual of grief and gratitude. Perhaps most significant was the subtle shift in how these victims were remembered. No longer were they viewed merely as casualties of war, but as active participants in the struggle against tyranny, individuals whose resistance, whether through direct opposition or simple refusal to surrender their principles, contributed to Voldemort's ultimate defeat. For the generation born after the war, these names have become more than historical footnotes. At Hogwarts, professors ensure that students understand not just the events of the Wizarding Wars, but the individual lives that were sacrificed. The stories of James and Lily Potter, Cedric Diggory, Dobby the Free Elf, Remus and Nymphadora Lupin, Fred Weasley, Colin Creevey, and countless others are taught not as distant history, but as personal examples of courage and sacrifice. The fire burns lower now as our remembrance draws to a close. The victims of Lord Voldemort, named and unnamed, wizard and muggle, human and magical being, deserve to be remembered, not just for how they died, but for how they lived. Their collective absence shaped the world as surely as the actions of those who survived. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps consider this question: how do we best honor those who have fallen in defense of what is right? Is it through grand monuments that proclaim their names, through stories that keep their memory alive, or through living in a way that embodies the values for which they gave everything? Chapter 3. The Formation of Magical Oath. Words have power in our ordinary world, but in the realm of magic, they can become bindings stronger than any physical chain. As the evening shadows lengthen around us, let us explore the ancient and complex magic of binding promises, the formation of magical oaths that have shaped wizarding society since its earliest days. Long before the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, before even the founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, magical communities recognized the need for systems of trust and accountability. In an age when magic could easily deceive or harm, how could one wizard trust the word of another? This fundamental question gave rise to the development of magically binding oaths, promises that, once made, could not be broken without severe consequences. The earliest forms of magical oath-making can be traced to ancient Mesopotamian wizards who developed rituals requiring participants to blend their blood with clay tablets inscribed with their promises. These primitive bindings laid the foundation for more sophisticated magical contracts that would evolve over centuries. Egyptian magical communities refined these practices, incorporating the power of true names, those secret personal identifiers that, when used in an oath, created bindings that affected a wizard's very magical essence. By medieval times, European wizarding traditions had established 3 distinct categories of magical promises, each with increasing levels of severity and binding power. The simplest form was the magical pledge, a promise reinforced with just enough magic to create a mild sensation of discomfort if broken, primarily used in minor agreements between trusted parties. More serious matters called for a sorcerer's covenant, which would result in temporary magical impediments if violated, perhaps the inability to cast certain spells for a predetermined period. But it was the third category, the unbreakable vow, that became the most feared and respected of all magical bindings. The formation of a properly binding magical oath requires several components working in harmonious conjunction. First and foremost is clear intent. The magic responds not just to words spoken, but to the genuine understanding and acceptance of the commitment being made. This is why magical contracts cannot be formed under the influence of potions like Immortentia or spells such as the Imperious Curse, as they interfere with true consent. Secondly, most binding oaths require a witness, not merely to observe, but to serve as a magical anchor and validator of the oath itself. In the case of the unbreakable vow, this witness becomes the bonder, channeling their own magic to seal the promise between the principal parties. The soft golden flames that encircle the clasped hands of those taking the vow represent this external magical validation made manifest. Thirdly, specificity of language proves crucial in defining the boundaries of the obligation. Magical oaths respond to the letter of the promise rather than its spirit, a fact that has led many a wizard to discover uncomfortably creative interpretations of their seemingly straightforward commitments. The more precisely an oath is worded, the more predictably it will bind. This linguistic precision has inspired an entire branch of magical law dedicated to contract formation and interpretation. Throughout wizarding history, certain magical oaths have achieved notable recognition. Perhaps most famous is the Founder's Covenant, the magical oath sworn by the 4 founders of Hogwarts that established not only the school's purpose and principles, but also encoded certain magical protections that continue to this day. While the exact wording has been lost to time, scholars believe this ancient oath is what prevents apparition within the school grounds and contributes to the semi-sentient behavior of the castle itself. The Warlock's Oath, sworn by members of the Wizengamot upon taking office, binds them to uphold magical law without fear or favor. Dating back to 1544, this oath includes a subtle compulsion toward objectivity, not strong enough to override free will, but sufficient to make members physically aware when personal bias threatens to cloud their judgment. In the field of healing, the Hippocratic Oath, adopted by meaty witches and meaty wizards, contains magical elements that help sustain a healer's confidentiality and commitment to their patient's well-being. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries reinforces this oath annually among its staff, a tradition that has contributed to its reputation for absolute discretion regarding patients' conditions. Imagine sitting in a dimly lit room, the air heavy with anticipation as two wizards clasp right hands. A third stands over them, wand poised, as the first precise condition of an unbreakable vow is stated. The tip of the bonder's wand touches their linked hands, and a thin tongue of brilliant flame issues from it, winding around their hands like a red-hot wire. The second and third conditions follow, each accompanied by another strand of magical fire, until their hands appear to be bound by a glowing chain of magical intent. This is the most powerful of all magical oath ceremonies. Beautiful, terrifying, and absolutely binding. The magical energy required for binding oaths does not manifest without cost. Those who serve as bonders often report feeling magically drained for hours or even days following the ceremony. The participants themselves experience a subtle but persistent awareness of their oath, a magical touchstone in their consciousness that remains present until the terms are fulfilled, or, in the case of perpetual oaths, throughout their lifetime. The breaking of magical oaths carries consequences proportional to the severity of the binding. Minor magical pledges might result in temporary boils or an unpleasant rash spelling out "Oathbreaker" across one's face. Moderate bindings could cause more severe magical backlash, including the temporary loss of specific magical abilities, but an unbreakable vow, true to its name, exacts the ultimate price for betrayal, the life of the oathbreaker. This lethal consequence has made the unbreakable vow relatively rare in modern wizarding society, reserved for the most serious of commitments. The Ministry of Magic has attempted to regulate its use through the improper use of magic office, requiring registration of all such vows, though compliance remains inconsistent at best. Many traditional pure-blood families continue to use unbreakable vows in private family matters, considering ministry oversight an unwelcome intrusion into ancestral practices. The legal standing of magical oaths within wizarding law creates fascinating complexities. While the ministry recognizes their binding nature, courts have established that oaths made under duress or without full disclosure of terms may be magically binding but legally unenforceable. This distinction has saved many a witch or wizard from prosecution for actions taken to fulfill an oath that would otherwise violate magical law. Consider the case of Artemisia Lufkin, who in 1798 found herself bound by conflicting oaths, one to the ministry as its first female minister for magic, and another to her family line requiring certain actions beneficial to pure-blood interests. The magical tension between these opposing commitments manifested as a visible aura of conflicting magic that followed her for months until the Wizengamot formally released her from the family oath, establishing the precedent that governmental oaths take precedence over prior personal commitments. The ethical implications of magically enforced compliance have generated centuries of philosophical debate within wizarding communities. Some argue that such bindings infringe upon magical free will, while others contend that the voluntary nature of entering into an oath preserves autonomy. The Department of Mysteries is rumored to maintain an entire division dedicated to studying the metaphysical intersection of magic, intent, and compulsion, as manifested in binding oaths. In modern educational settings, magical oaths find limited but significant applications. Hogwarts professors taking on the role of heads of house swear a mild binding oath to prioritize the well-being of their students above personal interests. Similarly, those teaching particularly dangerous subjects, such as defense against the dark arts, commit to containing classroom dangers to the best of their ability, though given the position's notorious turnover rate, some speculate this oath may contribute to the role's apparent curse. The Goblet of Fire represents perhaps the most famous magical binding object, creating an age-line and magically enforced contract for tournament participants. This ancient artifact demonstrates how magical oath principles can be incorporated into an object, removing the need for a human bonder while maintaining the binding power of the agreement. Professional Quidditch players sign magically binding contracts with their teams, ensuring compliance with training requirements and preventing the sharing of team strategies with competitors. These specialized agreements include carefully crafted clauses that balance binding magic with reasonable allowances for player autonomy, the result of centuries of negotiation between players' associations and team owners. The fire burns lower now, as our exploration of magical oaths draws to a close. These ancient forms of magical binding, from simple pledges to life-staking vows, reveal much about wizarding society's approach to trust, commitment, and consequence. In a world where memories can be modified and appearances changed at the flick of a wand, the unalterable nature of a magical oath provides rare certainty. As sleep begins to claim you, consider this. In a world where your promises could be magically enforced, which commitments would you be willing to bind with your very life and magic? What does the answer reveal about the values you hold most sacred, and the lines you would never cross, even without magical compulsion? Chapter 4. The Merpeople Village in the Black Lake. Beneath the rippling surface of Hogwarts' Black Lake, beyond the reach of sunlight and ordinary human perception, lies a world of ancient wonder and mystery. As we settle more comfortably by the fireside tonight, let us dive into the cool, dark waters and discover the secrets of the Merpeople Village, a civilization that has existed alongside Hogwarts for as long as the castle itself has stood upon the shore. The first documented encounter between Hogwarts residents and the Merpeople of the Black Lake occurred shortly after the school's founding. Rowena Ravenclaw, ever curious about all forms of magical knowledge, ventured into the lake using an early variant of the Bubblehead charm. The records she left behind describe her astonishment at discovering not merely individual merpeople, but an entire underwater society with its own customs, language, and architecture. This initial meeting established a relationship that has endured for over 1,000 years, marked by periods of close cooperation and occasional misunderstanding. The village itself is a marvel of underwater construction, nestled in what students and staff at Hogwarts refer to as the deepest part of the lake. In reality, the Merpeople have created their settlement within a vast underwater cavern system, parts of which extend well beyond the physical boundaries of the lake itself. Through generations of careful stonework and magical cultivation, they have created living spaces that harmonize perfectly with their aquatic environment. Imagine swimming through the emerald waters, past swaying forests of kelp, until the first structures come into view, dwellings crafted from lake stone and giant mollusk shells, adorned with intricate carvings that tell the history of the colony. Unlike the mermaid depictions in Muggle folklore, or even the more tropical varieties found in Mediterranean waters, the Merpeople of the Black Lake have grayish skin and long, wild, dark green hair. Their eyes are yellow, as are their broken teeth, and they wear thick ropes of pebbles around their necks. The central plaza of the village features a massive statue of a merperson, believed to represent one of their ancient leaders, carved from a single massive boulder. This serves as both a gathering place for community meetings and a landmark visible from nearly anywhere in the settlement. Around this plaza, dozens of stone dwellings form concentric circles, with the most elaborately decorated homes belonging to the community elders and chieftain. The social structure of the Merpeople community resembles a tribal council, with a chieftain serving as the primary leader, but making significant decisions only after consultation with the council of elders. During Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts, the colony was led by Chieftainess Mercus, a particularly formidable merwoman, known for her diplomatic skill in managing relations with the wizarding world. Merpeople select their leaders based on a combination of wisdom, magical ability, and skill in their unique form of singing magic. Their language, Mermish, sounds like a horrible screeching when heard above water, yet beneath the surface, it transforms into a hauntingly beautiful chorus of melodic tones. This linguistic duality reflects the Merpeople themselves, beings who appear fearsome to surface dwellers, but possess a rich cultural tradition, including music, poetry, and elaborate storytelling. Their songs carry across the water for tremendous distances, allowing community members to communicate even when far from the village. The relationship between Hogwarts and the Merpeople has evolved over centuries into a respectful coexistence. The Hogwarts Charter, signed by all four founders, includes provisions recognizing the Merpeople's sovereignty over their underwater territory. In exchange for this recognition and certain magical protections, the Merpeople agreed to alert the school to any threats approaching from the lake, and to assist in rescuing students who might find themselves in danger in the deeper waters. This arrangement has proven beneficial for both communities. During the construction of the Hogwarts plumbing system in the 18th century, Merpeople knowledge of underwater stonework proved invaluable in preventing lake water from seeping into the castle foundations. Conversely, when a mysterious illness affected the Merpeople population in 1890, Hogwarts potions master Elizabeth Eckhart worked tirelessly to develop a cure, cementing goodwill between the species that endures to the present day. The dwellings of the Merpeople reflect their practical needs and artistic sensibilities. Constructed primarily from stone, giant shells, and a coral-like substance they cultivate specifically for building purposes, these homes are designed to withstand the lake's occasional strong currents, while providing shelter from predators. Interior walls often feature intricate reliefs depicting historical events or mythological scenes important to Merpeople culture. Bioluminescent algae, carefully grown in patterns across ceilings and doorways, provides gentle illumination that requires no maintenance and lasts for decades. Family units typically share a single dwelling, with multiple generations living together. Young Merpeople remain with their parents until reaching maturity around age 15, at which point they begin constructing their own homes, usually near their family of origin. This gradual expansion has caused the village to grow in a spiral pattern over centuries, with the newest constructions at the outer edges. The Merpeople sustain themselves through a combination of fishing, algae cultivation, and the harvesting of certain underwater plants with nutritional or medicinal properties. They maintain underwater gardens where they grow several varieties of magical water plants, some of which are occasionally harvested and traded with the Hogwarts herbology department. Professor Pomona Sprout was known to have a particularly good relationship with the Merpeople gardeners, exchanging rare terrestrial seeds for underwater specimens. Their artistic traditions are as rich as their practical skills. Merpeople sculpture focuses primarily on stone and bone carving, with pieces often incorporating the natural shapes of their materials rather than imposing entirely new forms. Their music, performed on instruments crafted from shells, bones, and stretched membranes of magical aquatic creatures, features complex harmonies that sound discordant to human ears above water, but achieve perfect resonance beneath the surface. Perhaps most fascinating are their historical records, maintained not through written language, but through an elaborate system of knotted kelp strands and arranged pebble sequences. These tactile chronicles can be read by running one's fingers across the patterns, with each configuration representing different events, persons, or concepts. The Merpeople Library contains records dating back nearly 15 centuries, making it one of the oldest continuous historical archives in magical Britain. The Merpeople's relationship with the giant squid, another famous resident of the Black Lake, is one of mutual respect and occasional cooperation. The squid, far more intelligent than its non-magical counterparts, appears to recognize the Merpeople territory and generally avoids hunting near their settlement. In return, the Merpeople occasionally assist the squid by removing parasites from its massive body, a service that has established a unique symbiotic relationship. During particularly harsh winters, when the lake surface freezes completely, the Merpeople's deeper caverns become a sanctuary for many of the lake's magical creatures. Grindylows, typically aggressive and territorial, observe a truce within these spaces, as do the various fish species that might otherwise prey upon each other. This seasonal gathering has evolved into a kind of underwater festival, with Merpeople performances and feasts that create community, not just among their own kind, but among the lake's diverse inhabitants. The most significant recent interaction between Hogwarts and the Merpeople village occurred during the Triwizard Tournament of 1994 to 1995. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, respectful of Merpeople sovereignty, personally visited the village to request their assistance with the second task. After lengthy negotiations with Chieftainess Mercus, The Merpeople agreed to safeguard the hostages and ensure no permanent harm came to the champions who entered their territory. During this task, the Merpeople demonstrated their complex moral code. While they prevented Harry Potter from rescuing multiple hostages initially, strictly adhering to the agreed rules of the tournament, they made no move to stop him when he ultimately decided to ensure everyone's safety. Their subsequent report to Dumbledore even noted Potter's moral character in refusing to leave anyone behind, illustrating their appreciation for courage and loyalty despite their fearsome appearance. Life cycles within the Merpeople community differ somewhat from human patterns. Their lifespan typically extends to approximately 150 years, with individuals reaching physical maturity around age 15, but not being considered full adults until completing certain cultural rites of passage in their 30s. These ceremonies often involve solo journeys to the lake's furthest reaches, or the creation of significant artistic or practical works that benefit the community. The education of young Merpeople takes place not in formal schools, but through an apprenticeship system, with children learning different skills from various community members. Each child typically trains with at least 5 different mentors throughout adolescence, ensuring broad knowledge across hunting, construction, medicinal lore, artistic traditions, and diplomatic protocols for interacting with other aquatic species and occasional human visitors. The firelight flickers lower now, as our exploration of the Merpeople village draws to a close. This ancient underwater civilization, with its stone dwellings and haunting songs, represents one of the magical world's most remarkable examples of a non-human magical society developing alongside wizard kind, neither fully integrated nor completely separate, but coexisting in a delicate balance that has endured for centuries. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, consider this question: what might we learn from the Merpeople's ability to create beauty, community, and tradition in an environment that would be hostile to humans? How might their perspective from beneath the lake's surface offer insights into our own world that we cannot see from where we stand? Chapter 5. The Function of Anti-Cheating Quills. In the quiet corners of wizarding stationery shops, among the gleaming bottles of color-changing ink and reams of parchment cut to precise specifications, sits an unassuming educational tool that has maintained academic integrity at Hogwarts for centuries. Tonight, as shadows play across the walls of our sanctuary, let us examine the delicate magic and fascinating history of anti-cheating quills, those specialized writing implements that have been the bane of dishonest students and the guardians of magical education standards. The development of anti-cheating quills can be traced to the early 16th century, a period of significant expansion in formal magical education across Europe. As standardized examinations became more common, educators encountered a predictable challenge: students attempting to circumvent honest scholarship through magical means. Unlike Muggle students limited to passing notes or whispering answers, young witches and wizards could potentially employ everything from invisibility cloaks to telepathic communication spells in their attempts to gain unfair advantage. The wizard credited with developing the first anti-cheating quill was Edgard Strolger, a little-known educational reformer who served as headmaster of a small wizarding academy in the Netherlands. Frustrated by increasingly creative cheating methods among his students, Strolger combined principles from truth quills and memory recording charms to create a writing implement that would refuse to transcribe anything not originating from the user's own knowledge. The original Strolger quills, as they were initially known, were rather crude instruments. They would emit a shrill whistle whenever a student attempted to copy from another's parchment or transcribe answers provided through magical communication. While effective as a deterrent, the disruptive nature of these early models made them impractical for use in examination settings where silence was essential. It was Madame Griselda Marchbanks, an early member of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, who refined Strolger's concept into something closer to the anti-cheating quills familiar to Hogwarts students today. Rather than creating an audible alarm, Marchbanks' version simply refused to function when detecting dishonest intent, becoming temporarily immobile in the writer's hand. This subtle approach allowed invigilators to identify potential cheating without disrupting the entire examination. Imagine holding one of these remarkable implements in your hand. At first glance, they appear nearly identical to standard eagle feather quills, perhaps a touch heavier with a slightly more rigid shaft. The enchantment process, however, transforms them into sophisticated magical instruments sensitive to both intent and magical interference. The manufacturing of proper anti-cheating quills involves a complex 12-step process that begins with the careful selection of feathers. Only primary flight feathers from magical birds, typically eagles, but occasionally augures or even phoenixes for especially important examinations, possess the necessary magical receptivity. These feathers must be collected during the waning moon and cured in a solution of armadillo bile and powdered moonstone for precisely 27 days. Once properly prepared, the feathers undergo the first stage of enchantment, a fidelity charm that attunes the quill to respond only to the authentic thoughts of its current user. This charm requires exceptional precision, as the enchantment must be strong enough to detect outside influences without being so sensitive that it mistakes the student's own memories of study materials for external assistance. The second stage involves the application of a modified Revelio spell that allows the quill to detect concealment charms, including those that might be used to hide forbidden notes or texts. Woven into this enchantment is a counter-charm for confundus and similar spells that might be used to befuddle examination supervisors. The final stage incorporates a delicate variant of the protean charm, the same principle that allows objects like fake galleons or the dark mark to communicate across distances. In anti-cheating quills, this enchantment creates a subtle network among all quills being used in a particular examination, enabling them to detect collaborative cheating even when no obvious communication is taking place. When a student sits down to take their OWLs or NUTs at Hogwarts, the anti-cheating quill they receive has been specifically primed for that examination session. A simple yet elegant enchantment performed by the examination supervisors links each quill to its assigned student, creating a temporary magical bond that lasts for the duration of the test. This personalization ensures that the quill responds properly to the legitimate knowledge and reasoning of its designated user. The sensation of writing with an anti-cheating quill differs subtly from that of using a standard quill. Many students report a slight warmth emanating from the shaft, while others describe a gentle pulse that synchronizes with their heartbeat. These sensory experiences are side effects of the active magical monitoring performed by the enchantments within the quill. When a student attempts to cheat while using an anti-cheating quill, the consequences vary depending on the specific model and the nature of the attempted deception. Basic models simply cease to write, the nib hovering immobile above the parchment until the student abandons their dishonest intent. More sophisticated versions used for new T-level examinations might selectively fail, writing normally for honest answers, but refusing to transcribe fraudulent information. The most advanced anti-cheating quills, reserved for specialized magical training such as Auror qualification examinations, incorporate a subtle alarm system that notifies examiners of suspicious activity without alerting the student in question. These high-security models are crafted by a specialized division within the Department of Magical Education and are subject to strict control, never leaving ministry premises except during official examinations. Beyond their primary function of preventing academic dishonesty, anti-cheating quills serve another, more subtle purpose in magical education. The necessity of relying entirely on one's own knowledge fosters a type of clarity in magical thinking that many educators consider essential for advanced spell work. When a young witch or wizard articulates magical theory in their own words, drawn purely from their understanding rather than rote memorization, they develop neural and magical pathways that strengthen their practical casting ability. The development of countermeasures against anti-cheating quills has become something of an underground tradition among certain ambitious or desperate students. Fred and George Weasley reportedly experimented with auto-answer quills designed to circumvent standard anti-cheating enchantments, though their success appears to have been limited. More sophisticated attempts have involved the use of modified dicta quills enchanted to transcribe answers whispered by accomplices, or parchment treated with a solution that reveals hidden notes only to the writer. The Wizarding Examinations Authority maintains a dedicated team of charm specialists whose sole responsibility is staying ahead of such innovations. Each year they analyze confiscated cheating devices and incorporate new protective measures into the official examination quills. This ongoing magical arms race has resulted in anti-cheating quills becoming some of the most intricately enchanted everyday objects in the wizarding world. Internationally, the standards for anti-cheating measures vary considerably. Bulbaton's Academy of Magic favors enchanted examination rooms rather than specialized quills, with the entire space enchanted to prevent magical communication. Durmstrang Institute reportedly uses a more severe approach, with examination quills that inflict minor but uncomfortable stinging hexes when cheating is detected. The International Confederation of Wizards Educational Office has attempted to establish universal standards, but cultural and traditional differences have thus far prevented complete harmonization. The ethical implications of anti-cheating quills have occasionally been debated within educational circles. Some progressive educators argue that the quill's inability to distinguish between deliberate cheating and accidental influence, such as overhearing another student's muttered answer, creates potential for unfair penalties. Others maintain that the development of internal magical knowledge is best served by strict standards that encourage complete self-reliance. In recent decades, the basic enchantment principles of anti-cheating quills have been adapted for other applications beyond academic settings. The Department of International Magical Cooperation uses similar charms on diplomatic documents to ensure signatories fully understand and genuinely agree to treaties. Gringotts has incorporated variants of these enchantments into their contract quills, though with significantly stronger consequences for attempted deception than mere writing failure. For the average Hogwarts student, their first encounter with anti-cheating quills typically occurs during end-of-year examinations in their first year. This introduction is usually accompanied by a stern lecture from their head of house regarding academic integrity and the serious consequences of attempting to circumvent the quill's enchantments. By the time students reach their OWL examinations in 5th year, the distinctive feel of an anti-cheating quill has become a familiar, if somewhat anxiety-inducing sensation. The enchantments on standard examination quills at Hogwarts typically last for approximately 5 years before requiring renewal, making them remarkably durable magical objects. The Hogwarts collection is maintained by a dedicated house elf who has been trained in the basic diagnostic charms necessary to identify quills in need of re-enchantment. These are then sent to the Ministry in batches to have their protective spells refreshed by qualified specialists. The fire burns lower now, as our exploration of anti-cheating quills draws to a close. These seemingly simple writing instruments embody the wizarding world's approach to education, the belief that true magical knowledge must come from within, cannot be copied or stolen, and forms the foundation of a witch or wizard's unique magical signature. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question. In a world where the authenticity of our knowledge can be magically verified, what value might we place on the journey of learning itself rather than merely its outcomes? What parts of your own understanding have been truly earned through effort and curiosity, forming an indelible part of who you are? Chapter 6. The Secret Meetings. At Grimmauld Place, hidden in plain sight between numbers 11 and 13 of an ordinary-looking London square, stands a building invisible to Muggle eyes. As evening mist curls around the street lamps outside, let us step through a door that appears only to those who know to look for it, and enter the ancient shadowy sanctuary that became the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Number 12. Grimmauld Place. The noble and most ancient House of Black had maintained this townhouse as their London residence for generations. Built in the late 18th century, during a period when wizarding families still commonly kept homes in Muggle London, the house was constructed with every magical protection and anti-Muggle enchantment available at the time. The Black family, staunch believers in pure blood supremacy, spared no expense in creating a dwelling that would reflect their status and keep the outside world firmly at bay. When Sirius Black inherited the property following his mother's death, the house had stood empty for nearly a decade, maintained only by the elderly house elf creature. Years of neglect had allowed magical pests to establish themselves in the darker corners, while the defensive enchantments had grown stronger in isolation, creating an atmosphere both forbidding and melancholy. It was this neglected mansion that Sirius offered to Albus Dumbledore as headquarters for the re-established Order of the Phoenix in the summer of 1995. The security measures protecting Number 12 were formidable even before the Order claimed it. The house existed in a magical fold of space, unplottable and hidden between its neighboring buildings. Muggle residents of Grimmauld Place had long since unconsciously adjusted to the absence of a number 12 in their street numbering, their eyes sliding from number 11 to 13 without registering anything unusual. To these additional protections, Dumbledore added the Fidelius charm, that most complex of concealment spells, which hides knowledge of a location within a chosen secret keeper's soul. Imagine approaching the house for the first time, having been given the secret by Dumbledore. As you focus on the location between numbers 11 and 13, a battered door seems to emerge from nowhere, followed by dirty walls and grimy windows. No doorbell or knocker adorns this entrance. Visitors are expected to announce themselves with their wands, or to be accompanied by someone already keyed into the house's protective enchantments. Stepping across the threshold, you would enter a hallway shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by gas lamps that cast an eerie greenish glow over the peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpet. The house seems to hold its breath around you, as though reluctant to fully acknowledge your presence. This entrance hall set the tone for the entire building, once grand, now faded, yet still emanating an unmistakable sense of magical power. Perhaps the most notorious feature of this somber entryway was the life-sized portrait of Walburga Black, Sirius's mother, concealed behind moth-eaten velvet curtains. Disturbing this portrait in any way, through loud noises or simply passing too close, would cause the curtains to fly open, revealing the painting of a yellowing old woman who would immediately begin to scream invectives against mudbloods, blood traders, and creatures of filth who dared contaminate her ancestral home. These tirades could continue for extended periods and proved nearly impossible to silence, except by forcing the curtains closed through considerable effort. Beyond the gloomy entrance hall lay a basement kitchen that became the heart of Order operations. Unlike the rest of the house, which remained largely untouched due to the extensive magical contamination, the kitchen was scrubbed to reasonable cleanliness through the combined efforts of Molly Weasley and the reluctant assistance of Creature. A large, carved wooden table dominated the center of the room, surrounded by mismatched chairs that accommodated up to 20 people during full Order meetings. It was around this table that the most significant gatherings took place. Imagine the scene, the flickering light of enchanted candles casting long shadows across the stone walls. The gentle bubbling of a cauldron kept perpetually simmering in the massive fireplace. Order members arriving in ones and twos, shaking rain from their cloaks or stamping snow from their boots, depending on the season. Dumbledore would typically take position at the head of the table, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight as he called these clandestine assemblies to order. The topics discussed during these meetings covered every aspect of resistance against Lord Voldemort's growing power. Reports from Severus Snape regarding Death Eater activities were delivered in his characteristic low, measured tones. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks provided updates on ministry positions and potential allies or threats within the government. Arthur Weasley shared information about mysterious objects or occurrences that might indicate Death Eater activity. Most crucially, plans were made for the protection of key targets, including Harry Potter and the prophecy stored in the Department of Mysteries. Security during these gatherings was paramount. Before each meeting, protective enchantments would be reinforced around the house. Mundungus Fletcher, despite his questionable character, proved valuable in setting up warning systems that would alert Order members to any magical surveillance. Conversations about particularly sensitive topics were often conducted under muffliato charms as an additional precaution against magical eavesdropping. Not all time at Grimmauld Place was devoted to strategic planning. Between formal meetings, the house served as a temporary residence for various Order members. Sirius Black, of course, was confined there almost permanently, a painful irony that he had escaped one prison only to find himself trapped in another, the childhood home he had once fled. Remus Lupin stayed frequently during periods when he wasn't undertaking dangerous missions among werewolf communities. The Weasley family took up residence during the summer of 1995, while helping to make the house habitable, and again during the Christmas holidays of that year. Daily life at headquarters had its own rhythm. Mornings often began with Molly Weasley preparing breakfast for whoever had spent the night, the comforting aroma of cooking temporarily masking the persistent smell of damp and decay that permeated the building. Order members would come and go throughout the day, sometimes stopping only long enough to deliver a message before departing on another mission. Evenings frequently saw smaller, informal strategy sessions around the kitchen table, often continuing long into the night. The maintenance of the house itself posed significant challenges. Decades of magical neglect had allowed various magical infestations to take hold. Doxies nested in the curtains, a boggart lurked in a rattling writing desk, and pixies had established colonies in several forgotten rooms. The task of clearing these pests fell primarily to those too young to join the Order, namely, the Weasley children, Hermione Granger, and eventually Harry Potter, supervised by Molly Weasley, and occasionally assisted by other Order members between missions. Perhaps the greatest complication in maintaining Grimmauld Place was the presence of Creature, the ancient house elf, who had served the Black family for most of his life. Deeply loyal to the memory of his former mistress, and indoctrinated with the Black family's pure-blood supremacist values, Creature initially regarded the Order's presence as a desecration. He would mutter insults under his breath, attempt to salvage Black family heirlooms from the cleaning efforts, and occasionally sabotage Order activities in small ways. His relationship with Sirius was particularly antagonistic, colored by decades of mutual resentment. The upper floors of Grimmauld Place contained numerous bedrooms in various states of decay, allotted to Order members as needed. Most striking among these was the room that had belonged to Sirius in his youth, its walls permanently adorned with Gryffindor banners and Muggle motorcycle posters, all fixed with permanent sticking charms as a deliberate provocation against his Slytherin-proud parents. In stark contrast was Regulus Black's room, preserved almost as a shrine with its green and silver Slytherin decorations and the family motto, Toujours Pur, always pure, prominently displayed. The drawing room on the first floor served as a secondary meeting space, particularly for smaller gatherings, or when the kitchen was occupied with meal preparation. This room housed the Black family tapestry, an enormous moth-eaten cloth embroidered with the family tree dating back to the Middle Ages. Names of family members who had married Muggles or otherwise betrayed the family values had been blasted off, leaving only scorched holes where once their names had been stitched in gold. Sirius would sometimes stand before this tapestry, contemplating the holes that represented himself and other relatives who had rejected the pure blood mania of their ancestors. Throughout the house, evidence of the Black family's dark magical leanings could be found in the decoration and artifacts: silver snuff boxes that bit unwary fingers, curtains that attempted to strangle those who drew them, and a grandfather clock that shot heavy bolts at passers-by were among the more benign items. More sinister artifacts, including those suspected of being genuinely dark, were carefully collected by Sirius and Remus for secure disposal, when necessary containment. Some of the most significant decisions of the Second Wizarding War were made within these walls. The plan to move Harry Potter from Privet Drive to the Burrow, the coordination of guard duty for the Department of Mysteries, strategies for recruiting potential allies, all were formulated around the scarred kitchen table or in hushed conversations in the drawing room. When Arthur Weasley was attacked by Nagini while guarding the prophecy, it was to Grimmauld Place that the Weasley children were brought for safety, even as their father fought for his life in St. Mungo's Hospital. The Order maintained a collection of important magical items at headquarters as well. Alastor Moody's collection of dark detectors, including sneakoscopes, secrecy sensors, and his infamous faux glass, were kept in various strategic locations throughout the house. Communication devices like enchanted parchment and emergency portkeys were stored in a locked cabinet in the kitchen, accessible only to full Order members. A small but carefully curated library of defensive magical texts occupied a section of the drawing room, referenced frequently during planning sessions. The fire burns lower now as our exploration of Grimmauld Place draws to a close. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix served as more than merely a meeting location. It was a sanctuary, a symbol of resistance, and ultimately a microcosm of the wizarding world itself. A place where the dark legacy of prejudice was gradually being cleansed through the efforts of those committed to a more inclusive vision of magical society. After Sirius Black's death in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, ownership of the house passed unexpectedly to Harry Potter, rather than to Narcissa Malfoy or Bellatrix Lestrange, as might have been expected by traditional wizarding inheritance customs. This transfer served as a final rejection of the pure blood values the house had long represented, and transformed it from a monument to magical elitism into a base for those fighting against such prejudice. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: how do the spaces we inhabit shape our perceptions and values? What would it mean to reclaim a place built on darkness and transform it into a sanctuary of light, as the Order did with number 12, Grimmauld Place? Chapter 7. The followers of Lord Voldemort. In the shadowed corners of wizarding society, where ambition mingles with darkness and power calls to those who feel overlooked, a following gathered around a charismatic figure who promised to reshape the magical world. Tonight, as our fire casts long shadows across the floor, let us examine those who pledged themselves to Lord Voldemort, the organization known as the Death Eaters, whose masked figures brought terror to magical Britain not once, but twice. The origins of the Death Eaters can be traced to Tom Riddle's time at Hogwarts, where he gathered a group of fellow Slytherins who shared his fascination with the dark arts and pure blood ideology. This early circle, sometimes called the Knights of Walpurgis in historical accounts, included names that would later become infamous: Avery, Lestrange, Rosier, Mulciber, Nott, and Dolohov. They were drawn to Riddle's extraordinary magical abilities, his charm, and his vision of a world where wizards would no longer hide from muggles, but instead rule over them. As Tom Riddle transformed himself into Lord Voldemort, abandoning his muggle father's name and embracing what he saw as his Slytherin heritage, his followers evolved from a school clique into a sophisticated organization with clear hierarchy and purpose. The name Death Eaters embodied Voldemort's obsession with conquering death and his promise to his most loyal servants that they would share in this ultimate victory. The structure of the Death Eaters resembled a dark reflection of a feudal court, with Voldemort as the unquestioned sovereign at its center. Closest to him was the Inner Circle, those Death Eaters who had proven their loyalty, magical prowess, and willingness to commit atrocities in their master's name. Members of this elite group included Bellatrix Lestrange, whose fanatical devotion to Voldemort bordered on obsession; Lucius Malfoy, whose wealth and political connections made him particularly valuable; Antonin Dolohov, feared for his creative cruelty and dueling skill; and Severus Snape, whose brilliance with potions and the dark arts earned him special favor, though his true loyalties would later prove more complex. Beyond the Inner Circle were the rank-and-file Death Eaters, witches and wizards who had taken the Dark Mark, but held less status in the organization. These included figures like Crabbe, Goyle, and Jugson, capable of violence and intimidation, but rarely entrusted with complex missions or sensitive information. At the periphery were sympathizers and supporters, who never formally joined, but provided financial backing, political influence, or information, while maintaining plausible deniability. The process of becoming a Death Eater was not undertaken lightly. Recruitment typically began with careful observation of potential candidates, looking for those who displayed ambition, magical talent, and ideological alignment with pure blood supremacy. Young people from traditionally dark-aligned families were particular targets, with recruitment often beginning during their Hogwarts years, through subtle influence from relatives or classmates already connected to the organization. Formal initiation into the Death Eaters culminated in receiving the Dark Mark, a magical brand seared into the left forearm that depicted a skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth. This was not merely a symbol of membership, but a sophisticated magical connection that allowed Voldemort to summon his followers instantly across any distance. When activated, the mark would burn black, causing pain that could not be ignored, a constant reminder that they had surrendered a measure of their autonomy to their master. The taking of the mark represented an irreversible commitment. Once branded, a Death Eater could not remove the mark by any known means, even after Voldemort's first defeat, when many claimed to have served under the Imperious Curse. The faded mark remained as evidence of their former allegiance. This permanence was deliberate. Voldemort ensured that joining his ranks was a lifetime decision, with no possibility of truly walking away. What motivated individuals to make such a commitment? The reasons varied as widely as the followers themselves. For pure-blood ideologues like the Lestranges, the Death Eaters represented a chance to realize their vision of magical superiority. For the ambitious like Lucius Malfoy, alignment with Voldemort offered political power and advancement beyond what legitimate channels might provide. For the socially marginalized like Fenrir Greyback, who had been ostracized due to his lycanthropy, Voldemort promised a world where their kind would be feared rather than shunned. Some joined seeking protection for themselves or their families, believing that the rising tide of violence made neutrality impossible. Others were drawn by the intellectual allure of forbidden magic that Voldemort promised to teach his followers. A few, like Peter Pettigrew, joined out of cowardice, believing the Dark Lord's victory inevitable and hoping to be on the winning side. Imagine a Death Eater gathering in the height of Voldemort's first rise to power. Picture a remote country manor house, its windows darkened, as robed and masked figures apparate silently onto the grounds. Inside, they form a circle around their master, whose unnaturally pale face and red eyes survey them coldly. No one speaks without being addressed directly. The air crackles with dark magic and fear, not just fear of their enemies, but fear of their master, whose punishments for failure could be worse than anything the Ministry might inflict. During the First Wizarding War, Death Eater operations followed a pattern of escalating terror. Early activities focused on targeted disappearances of Muggle-born wizards, or those who opposed pure blood supremacy. As their power and confidence grew, attacks became more public and symbolic. The casting of the Dark Mark over scenes of destruction, public torture of opponents, and eventually open warfare against the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix. The geography of Death Eater influence expanded from traditional strongholds like Nocturne Alley to infiltrate even the highest levels of wizarding government. By the height of the First Wizarding War, supporters or agents of Voldemort had penetrated the Wizengamot, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and even the Minister's immediate staff. This infiltration made effective resistance increasingly difficult, as it became unclear who could be trusted. Beyond Britain's borders, Voldemort established alliances with dark wizards in continental Europe, particularly in the regions formerly under Grindelwald's influence. Death Eater envoys made contact with giant colonies in the mountains of Eastern Europe, werewolf packs across the continent, and even attempted to recruit Dementors away from their traditional role guarding Azkaban. These international connections, though never as strong as Voldemort's British power base, created a network that would later facilitate his return. The unexpected defeat of Voldemort on that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow threw his organization into disarray. Without their leader's guidance and magical connection through the Dark Mark, the Death Eaters fragmented into several factions. The most fanatical, led by Bellatrix Lestrange, refused to believe their master truly defeated and sought to discover his whereabouts through increasingly desperate measures, most notoriously the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Others, like the Malfoys, pivoted quickly to self-preservation. Lucius Malfoy claimed to have acted under the Imperious Curse, using his wealth and connections to avoid prosecution while maintaining his position of social and political influence. Many Death Eaters employed similar defenses, creating a generation of former servants who reintegrated into society while harboring their true beliefs in private. A significant number, however, were not so fortunate. The Auror Office, temporarily granted expanded powers in the aftermath of the war, conducted aggressive raids that sent many Death Eaters to Azkaban. The trials that followed, overseen by Bartemius Crouch Sr., and documented in memories viewed in Albus Dumbledore's Pensieve, revealed the extent of Death Eater atrocities and the complex web of allegiances within wizarding society. When Voldemort returned to physical form in the graveyard of Little Hangleton in 1995, his first act was to summon his old followers. Those who answered his call that night revealed the stratification that 13 years had created. Some, like Avery, fell to their knees begging forgiveness for having doubted. Others, like Lucius Malfoy, attempted to frame their years of freedom as a strategic waiting game. The absent were categorized with cold precision: the dead, the imprisoned, the too cowardly to return, and the one who had left forever, presumed to be Severus Snape, though this assessment would prove inaccurate. The reconstituted Death Eater organization maintained much of its previous structure, but adapted to new circumstances. With the Ministry refusing to acknowledge Voldemort's return, the Death Eaters initially operated with even greater secrecy than before, focusing on specific objectives like retrieving the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries and freeing imprisoned members from Azkaban. Following the Battle of the Department of Mysteries and the public acknowledgement of Voldemort's return, Death Eater operations became increasingly bold. The attack on the Millennium Bridge in London signaled a new phase of open terrorism. Strategic assassinations, like that of Amelia Bones, systematically removed capable opposition from the Ministry. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy's assignment to kill Albus Dumbledore represented Voldemort's understanding of psychological warfare, forcing a teenager to attempt an impossible task as punishment for his father's failures. The infiltration of Hogwarts via the Vanishing Cabinet and the subsequent death of Dumbledore marked the beginning of the Death Eaters' greatest period of power. Within months, they had executed a coordinated coup that toppled the Ministry of Magic. Under the puppet minister Pius Thickness, controlled by the Imperious Curse, Death Eater ideology became government policy. The Muggle-born Registration Commission, headed by Dolores Umbridge, though not herself a marked Death Eater, institutionalized persecution of Muggle-borns. Attendance at Hogwarts became compulsory for all young witches and wizards, with Severus Snape installed as headmaster and the Carrows implementing a curriculum of dark arts and anti-Muggle propaganda. At the height of this second reign, internal tensions within the Death Eater ranks became increasingly apparent. The Malfoy family, once among Voldemort's most valued servants, fell dramatically from favor following Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries. Their manor became Voldemort's headquarters, but this was no honor. It was a form of house arrest and constant humiliation. The murder of Charity Burbage atop the Malfoys' dining table and the threat of feeding Draco to Nagini exemplified how quickly favor could turn to torment in Voldemort's inner circle. Other tensions emerged between ideological factions. Pure-blood supremacists like the Lestranges clashed with more pragmatic Death Eaters, like Yaxley, who recognized the need for some half-blood cooperation to maintain governmental control. The addition of Fenrir Greyback and his werewolves created friction with those Death Eaters who considered such half-breeds nearly as undesirable as Muggles, but recognized their utility as shock troops. Perhaps most significantly, Voldemort's increasing obsession with finding Harry Potter and the Elder Wand often overshadowed the practical work of consolidating power. creating confusion in the ranks about strategic priorities. His habit of killing messengers of bad news fostered an atmosphere where truth was dangerous, leading to decisions based on flattery rather than fact. The Battle of Hogwarts represented the death knell for the Death Eater organization. When Voldemort fell for the final time in the Great Hall, much of the magical binding that held his followers together collapsed with him. The dark marks faded to scars, the magical compulsions weakened, and the fear that had enforced loyalty dissipated. Some, like the Malfoys, abandoned the battle before its conclusion, prioritizing family over a cause they had grown to doubt. Others fought to the death, with Bellatrix Lestrange the last and most fanatical to fall. In the aftermath, many Death Eaters were captured and imprisoned. Some, like the Malfoys, avoided Azkaban through cooperation with authorities and evidence of last-minute defection. A few escaped justice entirely, fleeing to remote magical communities abroad where British jurisdiction could not reach them. The ideology of pure-blood supremacy, while severely discredited by association with Voldemort's reign of terror, did not disappear entirely, but retreated to whispered conversations in certain old family homes. The fire burns lower now, as our examination of the Death Eaters draws to a close. These followers of Lord Voldemort, from the most fanatical to the most reluctant, collectively enabled one of the darkest chapters in magical history. Their choices, motivations, and fates provide a complex tapestry of how ordinary witches and wizards can be drawn into extraordinary evil. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: what enables good people to follow dark paths? Is it weakness, ambition, fear, or something more fundamental about human nature that allows us to justify increasingly troubling actions when taken in small steps? And what courage might it require to step away from such a path once begun? Chapter 8. The consequences of unbreakable vows. Within the vast repertoire of magical bindings and oaths that exist in the wizarding world, there is one that stands alone in its finality and power: the unbreakable vow. As our fire settles into glowing embers casting warm light across this sanctuary, let us explore the most absolute of magical promises and the grave consequences that befall those who dare to break them. The unbreakable vow represents the apex of binding magical contracts. Unlike lesser magical oaths that might cause discomfort, embarrassment, or temporary magical impediment when broken, the unbreakable vow enforces its terms with the ultimate consequence: the life of the oath-taker. This severity has made the vow both respected and feared throughout wizarding history, used sparingly and only for the most serious of commitments. The ritual to create an unbreakable vow appears deceptively simple, belying its extraordinary magical power. Two individuals kneel facing one another, their right hands clasped as though in an ordinary handshake. A third person, the bonder, places the tip of their wand upon the linked hands. As each term of the vow is stated and accepted, a thin, flame-like cord of brilliant magical energy emerges from the wand and winds around the clasped hands, creating visible manifestation of the binding. When the final condition is accepted, the flaming bonds sink into the skin, disappearing from view but remaining magically active within the oath-takers. The magic involved in creating an unbreakable vow is ancient and profound, drawing upon principles similar to those involved in the most powerful protective enchantments. Magical theorists have long debated the exact mechanism by which the vow enforces its terms. The most widely accepted explanation suggests that the ritual creates a conditional binding between the oath-taker's magical core and their life force. When the terms of the vow are broken, this binding severs the connection between these essential elements, resulting in immediate death. What makes this particular form of magical binding so powerful is that it operates independently of any ongoing spell maintenance. Once created, an unbreakable vow requires no further magical energy to sustain it. The binding becomes an intrinsic part of the oath-taker's magical signature, monitoring compliance autonomously until the terms are fulfilled or broken. Even the death of the bonder, or the second party, does not release the oath-taker from their obligation. The precise origin of the unbreakable vow is lost to wizarding history, though references to similar bindings appear in magical texts from ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt. The first documented use of the vow in its current form appears in magical records from 12th century Britain, where two feuding wizarding families, the Peverells and the Gaunts, used such bindings to enforce a peace agreement after decades of bloody conflict. Historical accounts note that when rancorous Gaunt attempted to breach the terms 3 years later, he collapsed mid-incantation while attempting to curse a Peverell descendant, demonstrating the vow's lethal efficiency. Throughout the following centuries, the use of unbreakable vows became more codified within wizarding society. By the early modern period, certain traditional occasions called for such bindings: the formation of magical apprenticeships in particularly dangerous fields, the swearing in of the earliest aurors, and the sealing of peace treaties between magical nations. The Wizards' Council, predecessor to the Ministry of Magic, attempted to regulate their use as early as 1612, requiring registration of all such vows with officials, though compliance was inconsistent at best. As wizarding governance became more formalized, the unbreakable vow came to occupy a complex position in magical law. While the Ministry of Magic acknowledges the binding validity of properly performed vows, modern magical courts generally view agreements made under such extreme conditions with skepticism. The Wizengamot has established precedent that actions taken to fulfill an unbreakable vow may still be punishable if they violate other laws, creating the paradoxical situation where an individual might face the choice between death for breaking their vow or imprisonment for keeping it. Picture the intensity of the moment when an unbreakable vow is formed, the quiet anticipation, the solemn expression of the bonder, the unmistakable weight of the commitment about to be made. The magical flamme is that encircle the participants' hands, give off no heat in the conventional sense. Yet those who have experienced the ritual describe a profound warmth that seems to penetrate to the magical core, followed by a persistent sensation of the binding for days afterward. This sensation eventually fades from conscious awareness, but remains eternally present at a deeper level. Those bound by unbreakable vows report an intuitive awareness of actions that might bring them close to violation, a magical warning system that helps prevent accidental breaches. This inherent awareness makes it nearly impossible to violate a vow through simple forgetfulness or misunderstanding, a small mercy within such an unforgiving magical binding. Throughout wizarding history, certain unbreakable vows have achieved particular notoriety. Perhaps most famous is the vow of eternal guardianship, sworn by Gondoline Oliphant in 1437, in which she bound herself to protect a remote Scottish village from rampaging quintapids. When the village was attacked decades later, witnesses described how the elderly witch, though frail and nearly blind, displayed extraordinary magical power to fulfill her vow, ultimately sacrificing herself to eliminate the threat permanently. The establishment of Gringotts Bank involved a complex series of unbreakable vows between the original Goblin founders and wizarding investors, creating mutual assurances of security and fair dealing that continue to influence wizard-goblin relations today. Rumors persist that high-security vaults still require Gringotts employees to maintain unbreakable vows regarding client confidentiality, though the goblins neither confirm nor deny this practice. In more recent history, the most significant documented unbreakable vow was that sworn between Narcissa Malfoy and Severus Snape in the summer of 1996, with Bellatrix Lestrange serving as bonder. This vow, in which Snape promised to protect Draco Malfoy and complete his assigned task of killing Albus Dumbledore, should Draco fail, would have profound consequences for the Second Wizarding War. That Snape willingly entered such a binding while maintaining his role as Dumbledore's agent demonstrates the extraordinary complexity of his position as a double agent. The physical and magical effects of an unbreakable vow on the oath-taker are subtle but significant. Beyond the initial sensation of the binding, those who carry such vows typically experience magical resonance when approaching actions related to their promise. This resonance manifests differently for each individual. Some describe a warming sensation, others a slight pressure or vibration within their magical core, Whatever the specific sensation, it serves as a constant reminder of the commitment they have made. When an unbreakable vow is broken, a rare occurrence given the consequences, the effects are immediate and irreversible. Unlike the dramatic displays associated with many magical punishments, the breaking of an unbreakable vow results in a swift and seemingly peaceful death. The oath breaker simply collapses, as though their life force has been instantly extinguished. No known magic can reverse this outcome or provide protection against it once the vow has been violated. There are, however, rare cases of individuals who have survived what should have been breaches of their unbreakable vows. Magical historians and theorists have identified several circumstances that might explain these exceptions. In some instances, the precise wording of the vow contained ambiguities that allowed for interpretation favorable to the oath taker. In other cases, external magical intervention, such as certain ancient protective enchantments, may have interfered with the vow's execution mechanism. Most famously, Adalbert Waffling, the renowned magical theoretician, documented the case of Heliotrope Wilkins, who appeared to survive the breaking of an unbreakable vow in 1901. Subsequent investigation revealed that the original vow had been improperly formed. The bonder had been under the influence of a confundus charm at the time of the ritual, rendering the magical binding incomplete. This case established the precedent that unbreakable vows must be formed with clear consent and competence from all participants to achieve full binding power. The ethical debates surrounding unbreakable vows have intensified in modern wizarding society. Traditional pure-blood families continue to view them as sacred tools for ensuring honor and compliance with family obligations. The Knott and Selwyn families, for instance, still reportedly require unbreakable vows from members who wish to access certain family secrets or inheritances. Conversely, progressive magical ethicists argue that no magical agreement should carry a death sentence for non-compliance, regardless of how willingly it was entered. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains a registry of binding magical contracts, which theoretically includes all legally performed unbreakable vows. In practice, many vows go unregistered, performed in private ceremonies between individuals who prefer to keep their arrangements beyond governmental oversight. This lack of comprehensive records makes it difficult to determine how common such vows remain in contemporary wizarding society. Educational institutions take varied approaches to teaching about unbreakable vows. Hogwarts addresses them briefly in 7th-year charms as part of a broader curriculum on magical contracts, emphasizing their severity and the importance of precise language. Durmstrang Institute reportedly provides more practical instruction, though stopping short of actual demonstration. Beauxbatons Academy takes perhaps the most progressive approach, focusing on historical abuses of such bindings and encouraging students to consider alternative magical agreements. For the average witch or wizard, an unbreakable vow represents a level of commitment they may never encounter in their lifetime. Most magical contracts employed in daily wizarding life, from employment agreements to marriage bonds, utilize milder forms of magical enforcement. Nevertheless, awareness of the unbreakable vow serves as a powerful cultural reminder of magic's capacity to enforce absolute accountability, influencing broader attitudes toward promises and obligations throughout wizarding society. The psychological impact of living under an unbreakable vow should not be underestimated. Those who carry such bindings often report heightened vigilance regarding their actions and decisions, constantly evaluating whether they might inadvertently approach violation. This awareness can create significant mental strain, particularly for vows with complex or ambiguous terms. Some magical mind healers at St. Mungo's specialize in helping individuals manage the psychological burden of long-term magical bindings, though they can offer no relief from the binding itself. In modern times, the Ministry of Magic has attempted to discourage the casual use of unbreakable vows through both regulation and public education. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes maintains a small division specifically tasked with addressing consequences of magical binding disputes, including providing guidance to those uncertain whether their actions might violate an existing vow. This service operates under strict confidentiality, recognizing the sensitive nature of many such bindings. The use of unbreakable vows in international magical diplomacy has declined significantly since the establishment of the International Confederation of Wizards, which developed alternative magical agreements with less lethal enforcement mechanisms. Nevertheless, certain nations with more traditional magical governments, particularly in Eastern Europe and parts of Asia, continue to employ unbreakable vows for their most sensitive diplomatic arrangements, believing that the severity of the consequence ensures absolute compliance. The fire has nearly burned down to ash now. As our exploration of unbreakable vows draws to a close, these most solemn of magical bindings reveal much about the wizarding world's approach to commitment, consequence, and the power of freely given promises. In a society where memory can be modified and appearances altered with a flick of a wand, the immutable nature of an unbreakable vow represents a rare absolute, a magical line that cannot be crossed without the ultimate sacrifice. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: what promise would be worth binding with your very life? In a world where such magical enforcement existed, would the presence of absolute consequence make us more thoughtful about our commitments? Or would it simply create a different kind of constraint on our freedom to choose and change? Chapter 9. The Mysteries of the Department of Mysteries. Deep beneath the streets of London, far below even the lowest levels where ordinary Ministry of Magic employees conduct their daily business, lies a department unlike any other. As our evening grows late and the shadows deepen around us, let us descend together into the enigmatic realm of the Department of Mysteries, a place where the fundamental secrets of magic itself are studied beyond the sight of ordinary witches and wizards. The Department of Mysteries occupies the 9th level of the Ministry of Magic, accessible only by a single elevator and a plain black door that evokes an instinctive sense of foreboding in those who approach it. Unlike the bustling open offices of other ministry departments, this realm operates in perpetual secrecy. Even the Minister for Magic has traditionally been granted only limited access to its inner workings, a separation of power established centuries ago to prevent political interference with the study of magic's deepest mysteries. The entrance to the department opens into a circular chamber lined with identical black doors. Upon closing the entrance behind oneself, the walls rotate, deliberately disorienting visitors and preventing unauthorized exploration. This enchanted antechamber serves as both security measure and symbolic threshold, a reminder that one is leaving the orderly, comprehensible world of conventional magic and entering a space where reality itself may behave according to unfamiliar rules. Those who work within this department bear the title of Unspeakable, a name that reflects both their primary obligation and the nature of their work. Bound by magical oaths far more restrictive than ordinary ministry confidentiality agreements, Unspeakables are prohibited from discussing the specifics of their research even with family members. This secrecy has created an aura of mystery around these witches and wizards, who move through the magical community recognized by their distinctive silver badges, but invariably silent about their daily activities. Selection for this elite group involves criteria that remain largely unknown to outsiders. While exceptional magical ability is presumably a requirement, historical records suggest that Unspeakables are chosen not merely for their technical prowess, but for certain philosophical qualities, an unusual openness to magical possibilities beyond conventional understanding, combined with the discipline to approach such mysteries methodically. Recruitment apparently occurs through discreet invitation rather than application, with candidates often unaware they are being considered until approached. The known chambers within the Department of Mysteries each focus on a different fundamental aspect of magical existence. Perhaps the most infamous is the Hall of Prophecy, a vast, cathedral-like space filled with thousands of glass orbs arranged on shelves that stretch from floor to ceiling. Each of these delicate spheres contains a record of a genuine prophecy, preserved in the exact voice and words of the seer who first uttered it. Access to specific prophecies is restricted through powerful enchantments that allow only those about whom a prophecy was made to remove it from its shelf, a protection that led to Lord Voldemort's elaborate scheme to lure Harry Potter into the department during 1996. Imagine walking through this hushed space, the only illumination coming from the faint, pearly glow of countless prophecy orbs. The air would feel charged with potential and mystery, each sphere containing words that might alter the course of history or reveal profound secrets. Yet most remain untouched for centuries, their contents known only to the unspeakables who catalog and study them. The enchanted labels affixed to each shelf provide only the most basic information, the initials of the seer, the date recorded, and cryptic initials of those to whom the prophecy refers. The vast majority of prophecies eventually expire unfulfilled, their meanings lost to time. Adjacent to the Hall of Prophecy lies the Time Room, a bright chamber filled with beautiful dancing light where the nature of temporal magic is studied. Countless clocks of every description line the walls, from grandfather clocks to pocket watches, all ticking in perfect synchronization. At the room's center stands a magnificent crystal bell jar containing a hummingbird that continuously cycles through its life stages, from egg to hatching, full growth, aging, and death, only to return to egg form and begin again. This perpetual cycle serves as a visual representation of time's circular nature and the room's purpose, understanding how magic can influence temporal progression. It was in this room that the Ministry's supply of time-turners was stored and studied before their destruction during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. These rare devices, which allowed limited travel backward in time, represented one of the most carefully regulated magical technologies in Britain. The strict controls surrounding their use reflected not merely bureaucratic caution, but deep understanding of time's dangerous malleability, knowledge developed through centuries of research within this very chamber. Beyond a door rarely opened lies the brain room, its purpose among the most unsettling of the department's areas of study. Within a tank of green liquid float disembodied brains, their surfaces embedded with coiling tendrils reminiscent of written thought. These organs, neither fully alive nor truly dead, are believed to be involved in research on the nature of consciousness, thought, and memory, perhaps the most elusive elements of magical existence. The tendrils themselves possess a terrible sentience and will attack if disturbed, wrapping around the minds of intruders and inflicting damage that conventional healing struggles to repair. The department's study of love, widely acknowledged as among the most powerful and least understood forms of magic, occurs within a perpetually locked chamber. According to limited accounts, this room contains an enormous fountain or well of amortentia, the most potent love potion known to wizardkind. The true purpose of this chamber remains perhaps the department's most closely guarded secret, though Albus Dumbledore once suggested that the power studied within might ultimately prove more significant than all other magical research combined. The Death Chamber houses the department's most unsettling artifact, an ancient stone archway standing upon a raised dais, its crumbling surface supporting a tattered black veil that moves continuously, as though stirred by an unfelt breeze. This structure, whose origins predate the Ministry itself and perhaps even organized wizarding society, appears to form a gateway between the world of the living and whatever lies beyond. Those who approach the archway report hearing whispered voices from behind the veil, voices recognized as belonging to departed loved ones, becoming clearer the closer one comes to the mysterious portal. It was through this veil that Sirius Black fell during the battle that exposed Voldemort's return to the wizarding world. His body was never recovered, as the archway appears to be a one-way passage. The unspeakables who study this chamber focus on the fundamental nature of death itself, not with the aim of conquering it, as Voldemort sought, but understanding its place within magical existence and the possible nature of what lies beyond the physical world. Less frequently mentioned but equally significant is the space chamber, a dark room enchanted to resemble the cosmos, with planets and stars floating in magical suspension. Here, Unspeakables study the influence of celestial bodies on magic, building upon the astronomical foundations of subjects like divination and potions, while exploring deeper connections between cosmic forces and magical power. The chamber is said to contain models of all known magical astronomical phenomena, including those invisible to Muggle scientists, suspended in perfect miniature representation. The department also houses the Thought Chamber, dedicated to the study of cognition and intelligence. While little is known about its specific contents, references in historical ministry documents suggest it contains devices for measuring magical thinking and perhaps machines capable of replicating certain thought processes. This chamber's research underpins developments in enchanted objects that display forms of intelligence, from the Sorting Hat to animated portraits, exploring the boundaries between true consciousness and magical simulation. Security within the Department of Mysteries extends beyond the rotating entrance chamber and limited access. Rumors suggest that each room contains its own defensive enchantments, activated when unauthorized individuals attempt certain actions or approach particularly sensitive areas. The nature of these protections remains appropriately mysterious, though the injuries sustained by students who entered the department during the 1996 battle suggest they may include confusion enchantments, temporal distortions, and more direct magical deterrents. The department's relationship with the rest of the ministry has evolved over centuries. Originally established as an independent research body that predated the ministry itself, it was gradually incorporated into the governmental structure while maintaining unusual autonomy. The head Unspeakable reports directly to the Minister for Magic, but retains discretion over virtually all departmental operations. This arrangement has occasionally created tension, particularly during periods when ministers have sought greater oversight of the department's activities. During Cornelius Fudge's administration, the department experienced a period of relative independence, as the minister showed little interest in its esoteric research. Under Rufus Scrimgeour, attempts were made to harness certain departmental discoveries for the war effort against Voldemort, though historical accounts suggest these efforts met with limited cooperation from the Unspeakables themselves, who maintained their traditional neutrality in political conflicts. The darkest period in the department's history came during Voldemort's control of the ministry. While the department was not as visibly transformed as areas like the Muggle-born Registration Commission, subtle pressure was applied to redirect research toward areas of interest to the Dark Lord, particularly studies relating to death, immortality, and prophecy. Evidence suggests that many Unspeakables engaged in passive resistance during this period, deliberately slowing research or concealing significant findings. The funding and resources allocated to the Department of Mysteries have remained consistent throughout ministry history, regardless of budgetary constraints affecting other departments. This financial stability reflects the perceived importance of its work, even when that work remains incomprehensible to those controlling the purse strings. The department maintains its own procurement system for rare magical substances and artifacts, operating outside the standard ministry supply chain to preserve secrecy around its research needs. Training for new Unspeakables involves an extensive apprenticeship period, reportedly lasting a minimum of 3 years, and often extending to 7 or more. During this time, apprentices rotate through all chambers of the department, developing fundamental understanding of each research area before eventually specializing. The training emphasizes not only magical technique, but philosophical approaches to research and the ethical implications of working with magic's deepest mysteries. The ethics of the department's research has occasionally been questioned by outside observers. The nature of experiments conducted in chambers like the Brain Room or Death Chamber inevitably raises concerns about boundaries and limitations. Without public oversight, what constraints guide this exploration? Historical records suggest the department maintains its own internal ethical framework, developed over centuries and enforced through both magical bindings and departmental culture. The precise nature of these guidelines remains, appropriately, a mystery. Contrary to popular speculation, the Department of Mysteries does occasionally publish research though in highly abstract forms that reveal methodological advances while obscuring specific discoveries. These papers appear in specialized magical research journals with extremely limited circulation, typically read only by other magical researchers working in related fields. The practical applications of departmental research often emerge years or decades later, in spells, magical devices, or healing techniques whose connections to the original studies remain known only to the unspeakables involved. The relationship between the department and Hogwarts School has historically been one of mutual respect and occasional collaboration. Particularly talented students may find themselves subtly observed by unspeakables during their education, especially those showing aptitude in subjects like astronomy, arithmancy, or theoretical charms. Professors with specialized knowledge are sometimes quietly consulted on specific questions, though the purpose of such inquiries is rarely revealed. Albus Dumbledore maintained an unusual level of awareness regarding the department's activities, likely stemming from both his position of influence and his own remarkable magical discoveries. His understanding of the prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Voldemort, and his knowledge of the Hall of Prophecy's protections suggest a level of familiarity beyond that of most outsiders. Whether this represented official collaboration or simply Dumbledore's characteristic ability to discover what others wish to keep hidden remains unclear. The fire burns low now, as our exploration of the Department of Mysteries draws to a close. This enigmatic branch of magical government, with its rotating chambers and silent researchers, represents the wizarding world's acknowledgement that some aspects of magic transcend everyday understanding. In its quiet halls, far from the political machinations above, unspeakables continue their centuries-long quest to comprehend the fundamental forces that shape magical existence. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: what undiscovered chambers might exist beyond those glimpsed during that fateful night in 1996? What aspects of magic remain so mysterious, so profound, or so dangerous that their study must be conducted beyond even the knowledge of most witches and wizards? And in your own life, what mysteries call to you from behind their veils, whispering promises of understanding that might transform how you see the world? Chapter 10. The properties of a never-ending ink bottle. Among the countless enchanted items that facilitate daily life in the wizarding world, some are so commonplace, they're scarcely given a second thought. Tonight, as our candles burn low and the hour grows late, let us examine one such magical convenience that has revolutionized wizarding writing, but rarely receives the appreciation it deserves: the remarkable never-ending ink bottle, whose seemingly simple enchantment conceals surprising magical complexity. The development of perpetually replenishing ink represents one of the most practical applications of the principle of magical abundance, the theoretical foundation that governs how certain substances can be magically multiplied without diminishing their essential properties. Unlike conjured items, which typically fade after a short period, or poorly transfigured substances, which retain imperfections that compound with each duplication, properly enchanted, never-ending ink maintains its quality indefinitely, while appearing to generate an inexhaustible supply. The first documented creation of self-replenishing ink is credited to Quintilius Inksplatter, a 14th century scholar from the magical community in Florence. Frustrated by frequent interruptions to his extensive manuscript work, Inksplatter combined principles from extending charms with alchemical theories of essence multiplication. His breakthrough came when he realized that ink, being a liquid mixture rather than a transfigured substance, could be enchanted to continuously reproduce its original composition from a small preserved sample. Inksplatter's original formula required moonstone dust, powdered grapehorn horn, and the sap of a sopophorus bean to create the enchantment, making his early ink bottles prohibitively expensive for common use. It wasn't until the early 17th century that Perpetua Wittershins, a practical-minded witch from Yorkshire, simplified the enchantment process using more readily available ingredients while maintaining the essential magical principles. Her innovation reduced the cost dramatically, transforming Neverending ink from a luxury of scholars to a standard item in wizarding households. The modern manufacturing process for Neverending ink bottles begins with the selection of appropriate containers. Not all materials can sustain the necessary enchantments. Crystal, certain ceramics, and specially treated glass have proven most effective at containing the complex magic without degradation. The bottle must be sufficiently dense to prevent magical leakage while remaining somewhat porous at a microscopic level to allow the enchantment to permeate its structure completely. Imagine visiting Wittershin's wonderful ink emporium in Diagon Alley, named for the witch who popularized the product, though no longer owned by her descendants. Through the shop window, you might glimpse the mesmerizing production area where practiced enchanters work with practiced precision. Each bottle is first thoroughly cleansed, using a solution of bubotuber pus, diluted with essence of myrtlap, removing any magical residue that might interfere with the new enchantment. Then the bottle is heated to precisely 42.5 degrees, the temperature at which glass becomes maximally receptive to certain categories of enchantment, without losing structural integrity. While still warm, the prepared bottle receives a small amount of base ink, the seed sample that will perpetually reproduce itself. This initial ink contains the highest quality ingredients appropriate for its intended use, as any imperfections will be eternally duplicated. For standard black ink, this typically includes extract of squid ink, powdered obsidian, and binding agents derived from magical plants. Specialty inks might incorporate more exotic ingredients. Color-changing varieties contain chameleon blood, while security inks often include powdered demidyes hair for their invisibility properties. The actual enchantment process requires precise wand work and incantation. The primary spell, Impletus Sempiternum, must be cast while performing a specific wand movement, resembling a figure 8, followed by a sharp downward flick. This establishes the baseline multiplication charm within the bottle's structure. A secondary enchantment, Conservo Qualitas, ensures that each duplicated drop retains the exact properties of the original seed sample, preventing degradation over time. The final stage involves sealing the enchantment through application of stabilizing magic. The newly enchanted bottle must rest for 7 days in a dark, magic-neutral environment, allowing the enchantments to fully integrate with both the container and the seed ink. During this period, the bottle is monitored for any signs of instability, unusual glowing, temperature changes, or unexpected behavior that might indicate a flawed enchantment. Approximately 1 in 12 bottles fails this observation period and must be safely dispelled and recycled. The resulting product appears deceptively ordinary, a glass or crystal bottle filled with ink, perhaps distinguished only by a subtle shimmer visible when viewed in certain light. Yet this unassuming object represents a remarkable magical achievement, an enchantment that will continue functioning reliably for decades, with no additional magical maintenance required. The most popular producer of Neverending ink in Britain during the late 20th century was Scrivenshaft's Superior Scribblings, whose flagship store in Hogsmeade supplied generations of Hogwarts students. Their standard model featured a modest crystal bottle with a self-cleaning silver cap that prevented ink from drying in the nib of Quills. More expensive versions incorporated additional enchantments, anti-spill protections, warming charms that kept the ink flowing in cold weather, or security features that caused the ink to become invisible when used for private correspondence. For truly discerning writers, specialized boutiques like Penelope's Perpetual Pigments in London's hidden magical quarter offered bespoke ink enchantment services. Customers could select specific properties for their personal ink supply, particular viscosities for different writing styles, subtle scents that activated when the page was touched, or even emotional resonance charms that subtly conveyed the writer's feelings to the reader. Such customized products commanded prices up to 50 galleons per bottle, compared to the 2 to 5 galleons for standard varieties. While the Neverending ink bottle's primary function is straightforward, the magical principles involved have theoretical implications extending far beyond simple writing implements. The enchantment represents one of the few successful exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, which generally prohibits the creation of something from nothing. Magical theorists continue to debate whether the ink is truly being created or merely summoned from elsewhere through a sophisticated form of transference magic, a question that remains unresolved in contemporary magical research. The limitations of the enchantment reveal much about its underlying magical nature. Never-ending ink bottles cannot be simply emptied into larger containers to produce infinite quantities. When removed from its enchanted bottle, the ink becomes normal writing fluid with no special properties. This constraint reflects the localized nature of the multiplication charm, which operates specifically within the boundary defined by the specially prepared container. Similarly, if the bottle is broken, the enchantment dissipates immediately, rendering any remaining ink ordinary and finite. The long-term sustainability of never-ending ink has made it an environmentally responsible alternative to disposable ink products. A properly enchanted bottle from a quality manufacturer can last several human lifetimes with no diminishment in function, often becoming family heirlooms passed through generations of magical households. The Bones family reportedly still uses an original ink splatter bottle dating from the 15th century, maintained in perfect working condition through careful handling and occasional refreshment of the stabilizing charms. For students at Hogwarts, the never-ending ink bottle often represents one of their first significant magical purchases beyond their wand. Parents typically invest in a quality bottle before their child's first year, expecting it to last throughout their educational career and beyond. The bottles become personalized over time, developing distinctive patterns of use marks and subtle adaptations to their owners' writing habits. Many adult witches and wizards can readily identify their ink bottle among identical models through these unique characteristics that develop over years of use. The magical regulations surrounding never-ending ink production focus primarily on quality control rather than restriction. Unlike some self-replenishing enchantments classified as potentially dangerous by the Ministry of Magic, ink multiplication is considered sufficiently benign to remain unregulated in its basic form. However, specialized variants, particularly those using rare magical substances or incorporating additional enchantments like invisibility, require registration with the Department of Magical Business Standards to ensure they meet safety requirements. The international market for never-ending ink reflects regional magical traditions and preferences. French magical artisans are renowned for producing ink bottles with unusually stable color-changing properties, while Japanese wizarding craftspeople have perfected inks that adjust their consistency based on the writer's pressure and speed. Eastern European magical communities favor robust bottles with additional protections against freezing and magical tampering, reflecting historical concerns about harsh conditions and information security. Beyond standard writing applications, the magical principles underlying never-ending ink have inspired numerous adaptations for specific professions. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement uses specially formulated verification ink that reveals attempts to alter documents by changing color when exposed to modification spells. Mungo's Hospital employs diagnostic ink that changes color based on the magical signature of the patient when applied to medical records, helping prevent dangerous treatment errors. The Gringotts Accounting Department relies on audit ink that maintains perfect consistency across thousands of ledger entries, essential for their precise financial calculations. Attempts to apply similar enchantments to other consumable substances have met with varying degrees of success. Self-replenishing potion bottles remain unstable due to the complex magical interactions within most brewing recipes. Everlasting food enchantments have proven particularly problematic. While technically possible to create self-replenishing food containers, the results invariably lose nutritional value and flavor over time, rendering them practically useless despite their theoretical interest. The development of self-inking and spell-checking quills in the late 20th century created new demand for specialized, never-ending ink formulations compatible with these advanced writing implements. These integrated systems required ink with precise magical conductivity properties, allowing it to respond correctly to the enchantments within the quill itself. Scrivenshaft's Compatibility Collection, introduced in 1991, was specifically designed to work seamlessly with all major brands of enchanted quills, using a modified base enchantment that incorporated elements of adaptive magic. For magical researchers and document preservationists, archival quality never-ending ink represents a particular challenge. Such ink must not only maintain its quantity, but also resist fading, resist magical tampering, and avoid damaging delicate parchments over centuries of storage. The enchantment process for these specialized products is considerably more complex, incorporating elements from preservation charms and temporal stabilization magic. The resulting ink bottles often cost 10 times the price of standard versions, but are considered essential investments for institutions like the Wizarding Archives or the extensive Hogwarts Library. The environmental impact of never-ending ink production is remarkably minimal compared to many magical manufacturing processes. The localized, stable nature of the enchantment creates very little magical waste or residue, and the long-term usability of each bottle significantly reduces resource consumption. This sustainability has made ink bottle enchantment a frequently cited example of environmentally responsible magical industry, often contrasted with more problematic sectors like dragon breeding or certain potion ingredient harvesting practices. The fire burns low now, as our exploration of never-ending ink draws to a close. This seemingly simple enchanted object, found on writing desks throughout the wizarding world, reveals the elegant intersection of theoretical magic and practical application that characterizes the most successful magical innovations. From Inksplatter's initial breakthrough to contemporary specialized formulations, the development of perpetually available ink has quietly transformed wizarding communication and record-keeping without the fanfare associated with more dramatic magical inventions. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: what other everyday enchantments might we take for granted, their remarkable magic hidden behind the veil of familiarity? How might our appreciation for the magical world deepen if we looked with fresh eyes at the small enchantments that quietly enhance wizarding life in ways both subtle and profound? Chapter 11. The Formation of Dumbledore's Army. In times of institutional failure, when those in authority refuse to acknowledge truth or prepare for coming dangers, it often falls to the young to create their own systems of resistance and education. As our evening together continues, and the embers glow softly in the hearth, let us turn our attention to one of the most remarkable student movements in Hogwarts history, the secret defense organization known as Dumbledore's Army, whose formation during the darkest days of Ministry interference would help prepare a generation of young witches and wizards for the war that many refused to see coming. The origins of Dumbledore's Army can be traced to the educational crisis that befell Hogwarts during the 1995 to 1996 school year. Following Lord Voldemort's return and the Ministry of Magic's subsequent campaign of denial, Minister Cornelius Fudge grew increasingly paranoid about Albus Dumbledore's intentions. Convinced that the headmaster was training students as a private military force to overthrow the ministry, Fudge installed his senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, with a mandate to suppress practical defensive magic. Umbridge's curriculum, which confined students to reading theoretical texts without performing any actual spells, left the student body woefully unprepared at precisely the moment when dark forces were gathering strength beyond the castle walls. It was in this atmosphere of educational malpractice and institutional suppression that the initial idea for a secret student defense group emerged, first as a frustrated suggestion from Hermione Granger, then gradually taking shape as a genuine possibility during a clandestine meeting in the Hogshead Tavern in Hogsmeade Village. Picture that first gathering, a crisp October day in Hogsmeade, students arriving in small groups to avoid drawing attention, slipping into the dingy pub away from the more popular establishments where teachers might be enjoying their weekend. The Hogshead, with its grimy windows and persistent smell of goats, offered obscurity, if not comfort. Around 28 students eventually assembled, an impressive number given the risk involved and the climate of fear that Umbridge had already established through educational decrees and public humiliation of dissenters. The initial meeting revealed the complex motivations that would characterize the group. Some came out of simple frustration with Umbridge's teaching methods and concern about passing their OWL and NUT examinations. Others, particularly those who had connections to the Order of the Phoenix through family members, understood the darker implications of the ministry's denial and sought practical preparation for the conflict they believed inevitable. A few attended merely out of curiosity or to support friends, initially skeptical but willing to hear the proposal. Harry Potter's reluctant leadership of the group stemmed not from ambition but necessity. As the only student present who had directly faced Lord Voldemort and survived, his practical experience with defensive magic far exceeded theoretical knowledge. Despite his discomfort with recounting his dangerous encounters, Hermione Granger's insistence that he share these experiences created the emotional foundation for the group, transforming abstract concerns about examination performance into concrete understanding of defensive magic as a matter of survival. The signing of the membership parchment at this initial meeting represented more than administrative record-keeping. Unbeknownst to most signatories, Hermione had enchanted the parchment with a jinx that would reveal any member who betrayed the group's existence. This early implementation of magical security measures foreshadowed the increasingly sophisticated precautions the group would adopt as Umbridge's educational tyranny expanded through successive decrees. The timing of the group's formation proved unexpectedly challenging. Within 24 hours of the Hog's Head meeting, Educational Decree Number 24 appeared on common room notice boards throughout Hogwarts, banning all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs without express approval from the High Inquisitor. This remarkable coincidence suggested information leakage, later discovered to have come through Mundungus Fletcher, disguised as a veiled witch during the meeting, and demonstrated how thoroughly the ministry was monitoring even minor student activities. Rather than deterring the prospective members, this official prohibition galvanized their resolve. What had begun as an educational supplement transformed overnight into an act of deliberate resistance against authoritarianism. The psychological impact of this shift should not be underestimated. Students who might have hesitated to break school rules for academic advantage found themselves willing to risk punishment for what they now perceived as a moral stand against injustice. The challenge of finding a suitable meeting location highlighted the practical difficulties facing student resistance in a closely monitored environment. Conventional locations like empty classrooms or dormitories were too easily discovered. The Shrieking Shack, while adequately remote, lacked the space needed for practical spell work. It was Dobby, the house elf, with his intimate knowledge of Hogwarts secrets, who ultimately provided the solution by revealing the existence of the Room of Requirement, a magical space that could transform itself to meet the specific needs of those seeking it. Imagine entering this remarkable headquarters for the first time. As members walked 3 times past the blank wall on the 7th floor corridor, concentrating on their need for a practice space, an ornate door would materialize, opening to reveal a spacious room perfectly equipped for defense training. Silk cushions for practicing stunning spells, shelves lined with defensive magic references, dark detectors including sneakoscopes and faux glasses, and wooden dummies for target practice, all provided by the room's remarkable enchantment that anticipated exactly what the group required. The naming of the organization revealed the complex relationship between the students and the headmaster they nominally supported. Cho Chang's suggestion of Defense Association, intended to be abbreviated as DA, was modified by Ginny Weasley into Dumbledore's Army, partly as a humorous acknowledgement of the ministry's greatest fear. This name carried an ironic weight that its members could not fully appreciate at the time, as it would later provide the very evidence Fudge sought to justify Dumbledore's removal from Hogwarts. The curriculum developed organically, beginning with fundamental defensive spells that many members had never successfully performed, despite years of magical education. The disarming charm Expelliarmus, Harry's signature spell that had saved his life in the graveyard duel with Voldemort, became the group's first focus. establishing a pattern of prioritizing practical combat effectiveness over magical flashiness. From these foundations, the training progressed to stunning spells, impediment jinxes, the reductor curse, and eventually to the extraordinarily difficult Patronus charm. The teaching methodology employed in Dumbledore's army represented a significant departure from traditional Hogwarts instruction. Rather than lecture-based learning with occasional demonstration, DA sessions emphasized peer coaching, with more advanced students helping those struggling with particular spells. This horizontal approach to education created a supportive community of practice where improvement was celebrated regardless of house affiliation or year level. A remarkable achievement in a school environment, often characterized by intense competition and house rivalry. Maintaining secrecy for such a large group required increasingly sophisticated security measures. Communication about meeting times presented a particular challenge, as patterns of student movement were closely monitored by Umbridge and her growing network of informants. Hermione's creation of enchanted galleons using a modified protean charm, the same principle used in the Dark Mark, demonstrated the remarkable magical ingenuity that necessity inspired. These false coins allowed Harry to set meeting dates by changing the numerals around the edge of his master coin, causing all member coins to warm and display the same numbers. The sociological impact of Dumbledore's army extended far beyond defensive spell practice. The group created connections across house boundaries, age divisions, and social groups that might never have formed within conventional Hogwarts structures. Slytherin's absence from the membership, a reflection of both practical security concerns and deep-seated inter-house tensions, remained the single exception to this integration, foreshadowing the unified but incomplete resistance that would characterize the Battle of Hogwarts years later. For individual members, participation often catalyzed significant personal development. Neville Longbottom's transformation from a magically insecure, frequently bullied student to a capable defender demonstrated how appropriate instruction and supportive community could overcome years of negative educational experiences. Luna Lovegood found social acceptance that had previously eluded her, forming friendships that would sustain her through future hardships. Even academic achievers like Hermione Granger discovered new dimensions to magical education outside the structured environment of conventional classrooms. The leadership experience profoundly affected Harry Potter himself. Forced to articulate his practical knowledge, demonstrate techniques, and provide individualized guidance, he discovered teaching abilities he had never recognized in himself. The confidence gained through seeing his fellow students improve under his instruction provided a counterbalance to the isolation and doubt he often experienced during that difficult year. Many DA members later recalled that Harry never spoke down to them or emphasized his superior experience, instead treating each magical challenge as a collective problem to be solved together. As Christmas approached, the group's progress exceeded all initial expectations. Students who had struggled with basic defensive spells were now confidently producing sophisticated magical effects, working cooperatively, and developing the situational awareness essential for magical combat. The Room of Requirement became not merely a practice space, but a sanctuary from the oppressive atmosphere pervading the rest of the school. A place where resistance felt possible and fear could be channeled into productive action. The inevitable betrayal came through Marietta Edgecombe, a reluctant member who had joined primarily under pressure from her friend Cho Chang. When Marietta revealed the group's existence to Umbridge, the magical contract on the signed parchment activated, causing the word sec to appear across her face in purple pustules, a punishment that proved remarkably resistant to magical healing. This consequence, while viewed by some as disproportionately harsh, demonstrated the serious intent behind the group's security measures and the real stakes involved in their resistance. The discovery of Dumbledore's army triggered a cascade of significant events. Confronted with evidence of the forbidden organization in his office, Albus Dumbledore claimed responsibility for creating the group, thereby protecting Harry and the other students from expulsion, while providing Cornelius Fudge the pretext needed to remove him from his position as headmaster. Dumbledore's subsequent escape when Ministry officials attempted to arrest him demonstrated the remarkable magical prowess that his student army could only aspire to emulate. With Dumbledore gone, and Umbridge installed as headmistress, the DA temporarily disbanded. The enchanted galleons remained in members' pockets, occasionally warming with messages never answered, a silent reminder of the community they had briefly created. Yet the skills developed during those months of secret practice remained, as did the connections formed across traditional school boundaries. When Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad captured Harry and his closest allies during their attempt to contact Sirius Black, it was fellow DA members who mounted a remarkably effective distraction campaign throughout the castle. The most significant validation of the group's purpose came during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, when 6 DA members, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley, successfully dueled adult Death Eaters using the very skills practiced in their secret meetings. Though they could not prevail alone against such experienced dark wizards, their ability to survive long enough for Order of the Phoenix reinforcements to arrive demonstrated the practical value of their forbidden education. The following school year, with Umbridge gone and a more competent defense against the dark arts teacher installed, formal DA meetings ceased. Harry chose not to continue the group, feeling that the official curriculum under Professor Snape now provided adequate practical instruction. Yet the connections and identity formed through membership persisted, with former members acknowledging one another with subtle nods in corridors or whispered references to the DA that confused uninitiated classmates. It was during the darkest period of Hogwarts history, the 1997 to 1998 school year under Headmaster Snape and the Carrow siblings, that Dumbledore's army experienced its remarkable resurrection. With Harry, Ron, and Hermione absent on their Horcrux hunt, leadership fell to Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, and Luna Lovegood, who transformed the group from an educational circle into a genuine resistance movement. The Room of Requirement became not just a practice space, but a refuge for students escaping the Carrow's brutal punishment regime, eventually expanding to include hammocks, food provisions, and a secret passage to the Hog's Head. This evolved incarnation of Dumbledore's army engaged in direct resistance activities, rescuing punished students, painting supportive messages on castle walls, and attempting to steal the Sword of Gryffindor from the headmaster's office. The risks were no longer measured in house points or detention, but in exposure to the Cruciatus Curse and other forms of torture, sanctioned by the Death Eater administration. That students continued to resist under such conditions stands as testament to the foundation of courage and solidarity established during those first secret meetings. The fire burns lower now, as our exploration of Dumbledore's army draws to a close. This student organization, born from educational necessity and transformed through escalating resistance, represents one of the most remarkable instances of youth leadership in wizarding history. From its humble beginnings in a shabby Hogsmeade pub to its crucial role in preparing defenders for the Battle of Hogwarts, the DA demonstrates how community, purpose, and practical skill development can emerge even in environments designed to suppress them. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: what makes the difference between passive acceptance of institutional failure and the courage to create alternative systems? How might the example of Dumbledore's army, students who refused to be denied essential knowledge even when it required breaking rules and risking punishment, inspire us to examine which educational and social structures we accept without question and which we might need the courage to reimagine? Chapter 12. The Hunts of Fenrir, Greyback. In the shadowed borderlands between the human and the bestial, where primal instinct merges with calculated cruelty, few names inspire greater terror than that of Fenrir Greyback. As our night's journey nears its end, and the final embers glow in our hearth, let us turn our attention to one of the wizarding world's most notorious predators, a werewolf who embraced his condition not as a curse to be managed, but as a weapon to be wielded against the society that shunned him. Unlike most afflicted with lycanthropy, who struggle against their condition and seek to minimize the danger they pose to others. Fenrir Greyback positioned himself near potential victims during full moons, deliberately allowing his transformed self to attack and infect. This strategic spreading of lycanthropy reflected his twisted philosophy that werewolves should multiply their numbers by turning children, raising them away from their families to hate normal wizards and witches. Through this methodology, Greyback sought to create enough werewolves to eventually overcome the wizarding population that had marginalized those with his condition. The origins of Greyback's hatred for wizarding society remain somewhat obscure in historical records. What is known suggests he was likely infected as a young man, possibly in his late teens or early 20s, sometime during the 1950s. Unlike the careful registry and support systems available to werewolves today, the mid-20th century offered few resources for the newly infected. Ministry policy at that time focused primarily on containment rather than assistance, with the werewolf registry functioning more as a monitoring system for potential threats than as a support service. We can only imagine the fear and confusion Greyback would have experienced during his first transformations, alone and unprepared for the excruciating physical and mental torment that accompanies the change from human to wolf. Without the wolfsbane potion, which would not be invented until decades later, or proper secure facilities, newly turned werewolves often caused damage to themselves and others before learning to manage their condition. This initial trauma, combined with societal rejection, appears to have catalyzed Greyback's transformation from victim to deliberate predator. By the early 1960s, reports began circulating of organized werewolf attacks that deviated from the usual random pattern of lycanthropic incidents. Instead of isolated events in areas where a werewolf happened to transform, these attacks targeted specific families, particularly those with young children. The pattern went unrecognized at first, dismissed as coincidental by a ministry already reluctant to acknowledge the growing werewolf population resulting from their inadequate support systems. Imagine a moonlit night in a quiet wizarding village, windows shuttered against the darkness, protective charms renewed with extra care during the full moon phase. Despite these precautions, a shadow moves with deliberate purpose toward a particular home, positioning itself near a child's bedroom window. Unlike the mindless werewolf of popular imagination, this predator has selected his target in human form, ensuring his transformed self will be perfectly positioned when the moonlight triggers his transformation. This calculated approach distinguished Greyback's attacks from typical werewolf incidents and made them all the more terrifying. Greyback's most notorious early victim was a 5-year-old boy named Remus Lupin, whose father had offended the werewolf while working at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Lyle Lupin had reportedly called werewolves soulless evil deserving nothing but death during a ministry interrogation, where Greyback had been brought in under suspicion of killing 2 children. This statement, made when Greyback was in human form and his condition unknown to the committee, became the catalyst for a deliberately targeted revenge attack. The assault on young Remus demonstrated what would become Greyback's signature methodology, identifying children of those who had wronged or rejected him, then attacking in a manner designed to ensure the child survived the initial bite but became infected with lycanthropy. This approach created dual suffering: the physical and psychological trauma inflicted on the child, and the guilt and grief experienced by the parents who realized their actions had inadvertently caused their child's condition. As Greyback's reputation grew, so did his pack. Unlike the solitary existence many werewolves chose to protect others from their condition, he actively recruited the infected, particularly those turned as children who had experienced rejection from their families or communities. He offered these vulnerable individuals a perverse form of acceptance, creating a social structure that validated their condition while channeling their resentment toward violence against the wizarding world that had cast them out. By the time Lord Voldemort began his first rise to power in the 1970s, Greyback had established himself as the de facto leader of Britain's most aggressive werewolf faction. While not ideologically aligned with pure blood supremacy, He recognized in Voldemort a potential ally who could provide opportunities for sanctioned violence and revenge against wizarding society. Though never granted the Dark Mark or accepted as a true Death Eater, Voldemort's prejudice against half-breeds prevented such full inclusion. Greyback became a valuable associate used to terrorize the Dark Lord's opponents. Picture the strategic discussions that must have occurred between these two predators, one cold and calculating, the other savage and instinctual, yet both driven by profound hatred of the established order. Voldemort would have recognized the psychological impact of Greyback's particular brand of terror. The threat of a werewolf attack against one's children represented perhaps the most horrifying prospect a wizarding parent could imagine. Not merely death, but the transformation of one's child into what society considered a monster. This collaboration led to some of the most disturbing chapters in the First Wizarding War. Families who refused to support Voldemort or join his ranks would find Greyback's name whispered as a threat. "Support us, or Greyback will visit your children next full moon," became a phrase that could break the resolve of even the most courageous opponents. The psychological warfare element of these threats was as tactically valuable to Voldemort as the actual attacks themselves. When not acting as Voldemort's enforcer, Greyback pursued his own agenda of creating a larger werewolf community, isolated from mainstream wizarding society. In the remote forests of northern Scotland, he established something resembling a colony, where turned children would be brought and raised to embrace their condition. Living conditions in these encampments were deliberately primitive, reinforcing a rejection of wizarding comforts and civilization, while fostering dependence on Greyback's leadership and protection. The teaching within these compounds focused on survival skills, hunting techniques, and an ideology of werewolf superiority rather than traditional magical education. Children were indoctrinated with the belief that their lycanthropy made them more powerful and authentic than ordinary witches and wizards, who were portrayed as weak and hypocritical. This twisted pedagogy created fanatically loyal followers who viewed their monthly transformations not as afflictions, but as moments of transcendent power. Greyback's hunting techniques evolved over time to incorporate both magical and bestial elements. Unlike many werewolves who avoided using wands or magic that might connect them to their human selves, he maintained his magical abilities as tools to complement his lycanthropic strength. Tracking charms allowed him to follow potential victims across great distances. Anti-apparition jinxes prevented magical escape once he had targeted a household. Even in human form, he cultivated a deliberately feral appearance and behavior, growing his nails into claws and filing his teeth to points, allowing him to tear flesh even when not transformed. His preferred hunting grounds reflected both practical considerations and psychological warfare. Small, isolated wizarding communities offered less resistance than larger magical settlements with their protective enchantments and aurora presence. Remote cottages where magical families sought privacy became particularly vulnerable targets. There is evidence that he sometimes spent days in human form observing a potential victim's household, learning their routines and identifying security weaknesses before striking on the night of the full moon. The fall of Lord Voldemort in 1981 forced Greyback and his pack into deeper hiding. Without the Dark Lord's protection and resources, they became primary targets for Ministry forces eager to address threats that had previously been overshadowed by the Death Eater crisis. During this period, Greyback appears to have retreated to the European continent, establishing connections with werewolf communities in the forests of Eastern Europe where Ministry jurisdiction held less sway. Reports from magical communities in Romania, Poland, and parts of Russia during the 1980s describe attacks bearing Greyback's signature targeting methodology, suggesting he continued his mission of expanding the werewolf population while evading British authorities. These years in exile appear to have hardened his anti-wizard ideology, while providing him with new techniques and traditions from continental werewolf groups with their own long histories of conflict with magical governments. When Voldemort returned to physical form in 1995, Greyback gradually re-established contact with Death Eater circles. His participation in the attack on Bill Weasley during the Battle of the Astronomy Tower in 1997, demonstrated his continued willingness to serve as the Dark Lord's instrument of terror, that he attacked while in human form, lacking the full strength of his transformed state, but maintaining human intelligence and control, revealed a predator who had transcended the traditional limitations of lycanthropy to become dangerous in all his forms. The psychological impact of Greyback's hunts extended beyond his immediate victims. Families with young children developed elaborate protective routines during full moons, often gathering together in larger groups for mutual protection. Communities with known werewolf residents, even those who responsibly managed their condition, sometimes experienced increased suspicion and hostility as fear of Greyback's pack generated broader anti-werewolf sentiment. This collateral damage to innocent lycanthropes aligned perfectly with Voldemort's strategy of division and mistrust within the wizarding community. The Ministry's response to Greyback evolved over decades, reflecting both changing attitudes toward lycanthropy and the growing recognition of his unique threat profile. Early approaches focused on treating him as a standard dark creature, with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures leading containment efforts. As his deliberate methodology became clearer, jurisdiction shifted toward the Auror Office, acknowledging that his attacks represented calculated criminal activity rather than the typical unpredictable aggression associated with transformed werewolves. Capturing Greyback presented unique challenges that tested standard Auror protocols. Traditional tracking spells often failed against werewolves, whose dual magical nature created interference patterns that confused standard detection methods. His habit of living rough in forests and mountains made physical surveillance difficult. Most significantly, the network of informants and sympathizers he had cultivated among marginalized werewolf communities meant that Ministry operations against him frequently encountered resistance or sabotage from unexpected quarters. The werewolf community's response to Greyback revealed the complex social dynamics surrounding lycanthropy in wizarding Britain. Many afflicted with the condition were horrified by his actions, recognizing that his deliberate attacks reinforced the very prejudices that made their lives so difficult. Others, particularly those who had experienced severe discrimination, found his message of werewolf empowerment seductively appealing despite rejecting his violent methods. This ambivalence created significant challenges for Ministry efforts to gather intelligence from within werewolf circles. Perhaps the most profound impact of Greyback's reign of terror was its effect on public perception of lycanthropy. Progress toward more humane treatment of werewolves, including development of the Wolfsbane potion and early anti-discrimination initiatives, was repeatedly undermined by fresh reports of his attacks. Each new victim seemed to validate the fearful prejudice that defined werewolves as inherently dangerous, making it increasingly difficult for advocates like Damocles Belby, inventor of the Wolfsbane potion, to promote more nuanced understanding of the condition. Remus Lupin represented the antithesis of everything. Greyback stood for a werewolf who maintained his humanity, pursued education, built relationships with non-lycanthropes, and ultimately fought against the very Death Eaters with whom Greyback had allied himself. That Lupin would eventually return to Hogwarts as a professor represents perhaps the most significant repudiation of Greyback's vision for werewolf kind. Rather than embracing isolation and violence, Lupin demonstrated the possibility of integration and contribution to wizarding society despite his condition. The final confrontation between Greyback and his opponents came during the Battle of Hogwarts in May 1998. Fighting in human form alongside Death Eater forces, he continued his pattern of targeting the young and vulnerable, attacking Lavender Brown, before being overcome by a crystal ball thrown by Professor Trelawney and a powerful jinx from Hermione Granger. Later in the battle, he was reportedly defeated by Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom, though historical accounts differ on whether this defeat resulted in his death or merely his incapacitation and subsequent imprisonment. In the years following Voldemort's final defeat, significant reforms in the treatment of lycanthropy were implemented under Minister Shacklebolt's administration. The werewolf support services were expanded, mandatory registration requirements were relaxed, and anti-discrimination legislation was strengthened. These changes represented a conscious rejection of the fear-based policies that had created the social conditions in which Greyback's ideology had flourished. For those who suffered directly from Greyback's attacks, recovery involved both physical and psychological healing. Survivors like Bill Weasley, who was attacked while Greyback was in human form and thus escaped full lycanthropy while retaining some wolfish characteristics, required specialized treatment from St. Mungo's Hospital. Children fully infected often needed years of counseling to overcome the trauma of their transformation, with many struggling to separate their condition from the violent ideology Greyback had attached to it. The fire has burned down to its final embers now, as our exploration of Fenrir Greyback draws to a close. This predator, who transformed a condition most considered a curse into a weapon of revenge and revolution, represents one of the darkest expressions of how marginalization and prejudice can create the very monsters society fears. His legacy serves as both a warning about the consequences of dehumanizing those who are different and a reminder of the remarkable resilience shown by individuals like Remus Lupin, who refuse to let their condition define their humanity. As sleep claims the last of your consciousness, perhaps consider this question: how do we address legitimate fears without allowing them to justify prejudice against entire groups? What responsibility do societies bear for the monsters they create through exclusion and stigmatization? And how might understanding Greyback's dark journey help us recognize the human consequences of how we respond to those who differ from ourselves?